Hello, good morning, evening. That was the wrong order. Good day. I hope everyone is having a lovely. Oh my god, it's Friday so far. Well, let me quickly say hello to everyone. Hello, Austin. Hello, Rising. Hello, Vermo. And hello, Space. Hello, Gluten Talk. I hope you're all having a lovely Gluten Talk Friday. mm. Um, I I'm very happy that it's finally the weekend because that means I can sleep. I can finally just I can just sleep. I can eat. Apparently yesterday I was so tired that I left on my PC and my PS4. I came back to my desk to start working and I moved my mouse and my PC suddenly turned on and I was like, "Oh, okay." And all of my stuff opened back up and I'm like, "Oh, I guess I just went to sleep then." And also the PS4, I think it's still on or in sleep mode anyway because I I was too lazy to turn it off. Um I will eventually do that. Apparently I just forgot to do that and it just turned itself off, something like that. Hello Fumo, welcome in. Spooky funny finding you here. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm not here very often. I might add to that. I'm only here on occasion, every once in a blue moon after all. But yeah, I hope everyone is excited for the weekend. I have nothing planned. Um, that's pretty much it. I have nothing planned. I'll just sleep. That's something. Actually, I shouldn't say that that's nothing. That's totally something. It takes up hopefully 8 hours of everyone's day. Been doing some daily stuff in my new Leaf Town. Oh my goodness. I haven't touched Animal Crossing in too long now. I'm scared to turn on my Switch. I feel like everyone will hate me, but not really because the villagers are too nice in New Horizons. I think the town is almost 4 years old, I think. I'm kind of glancing over to my DS and I kind of want to start it up and see what my last creative vision looked like when I was playing this stuff. Since I have a hacked town, um, kind of want to know what that looks like, but I have to find a charger for it. We should exchange New Leaf. Don't they have like codes too that you could? Yeah, they have like dream codes too, dream addresses too. I think they had that because they have the little sleeping suite that you could go in and get your code that you can share with other people. Streams are early and coming long Higurashi stream. Hello, Yaya. This is just my new normal time, isn't it? The only time I stream at 6 p.m., which would be an hour later, is on Tuesday. So this is just my new normal time, I guess. Oh, right. No, they shut that down. No. Oh no. Wait. No. Pretendo? What is pretendo? Oh, I totally forgot about that. Pretendo. Oh boy. Okay. I understand what that's supposed to be. I see. Yeah, they seem to offer like different, I think. Wait, is it just one server for all of the games? Because they have like a couple of them checked off already. Does that mean those already work on their website? I'm confused. But that looks like a neat thing, revive that a little bit. Why does the... Okay, so the DS on their website, when you open it up, what DS is that? Is that the normal 3DS? Am I crazy? Is that the normal one? Because it looks like a phone is attached to a DS. I don't think I know which one this is. Hello, monkey. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. I can play MK8 on Wii U online as well as other things. That is really, really nice. I'm glad they're reviving this. I don't think they have Animal Crossing listed here, unfortunately. Unless I'm blind. You have to work on it per game as far as I understand. I see. Well, that's a lot more work, but it seems like they're making good-ish progress. It's a 2DS XL. Oh boy, why does that look so bad though? I'm sorry, I'm not to shame the 2DS XL, but it looks like a phone attached to a DS bottom. And not in a good way. I never knew that it looked that odd. I only had like a regular 2DS, the flat one, and Nintendo DSi, I think they were called, and Lite I had as well. And we actually had the very first DS too. And then I had the new 3DS XL. So I don't actually ever own, I feel like, wait, actually, that might have been all of them except the normal 3DS, new 3DS, and the 2DS XL. Wow, look at me. I'm a collector, except I only have one of them left now. How are you? I'm doing good. Hope you're also doing good. Happy weekend. Happy Friday. They announced that they're working on New Leaf. Okay, that's nice. That is really good. I look forward to that because I would love to see some old dream worlds. Is that what you call them? Some old cities? Okay, you know what? I will make it my mission after today's stream to find my charger for my DS and also for my PS Vita, and we're gonna boot those up and we're gonna look at all of the stuff. Or I will, because you won't see me, but I will talk about it and maybe share some stuff in the Discord. Some models were not amazing with build quality, then again, they were sold for really good prices. Yeah, they were super affordable. That is true. They were super, super affordable, which is nice. So there are definitely good things. I liked my 2DS. I was able to carry it around almost everywhere because it was so small and so thin. It worked really well. I just don't particularly love the look of the design, but you know, that's just me. I don't like the rounded edges. I was always a square DS enjoyer, and I think it only worked with those really big 3DS XLs. I think that looked okay. At least I don't remember hating mine, but the 2DS XL, I don't know about that. Yes, it's Friday! And yes, I have a PS Vita, my beloved. I would actually love to give it to someone who will actually use it. But then again, I also just gotta want to use it. I wish I just had the time and the motivation to just use it. The classic door wedge. That is literally what it looked like. Oh, I kind of miss it though. I had some good times on the 2DS. Had some good times. I think with Animal Crossing too, I would just take it to school and play with a couple of friends. God, that feels like forever ago. I feel like I was like, what? 14? When was it released, actually? Nintendo 2DS release date. 2013. Yeah, that's likely then. I had the blue and black variation, or more like my brother had it and I just stole it. Or I mean, I kindly asked for it. Thing on my small new 3DS. Nice. Yeah, I had to buy the Animal Crossing limited edition because why not, I guess. it was very expensive, and I looked extensively all over every single store that I went to get this specific one. I had to ask in so many different stores, and finally I was able to get it with my couple of breadcrumbs. His Vita should be framed. I should put it up on my walls, you know? I remember going to the midnight launch of the first 3DS. Oh my goodness. Like in person? I mean, I guess, living in the US will allow for that. I don't think we have events like that here in Germany anyway. I always have a DSi with Pokemon White 2 sometime. During commute is nice to play it a little. Oh my goodness. I like how portable they were, right? Like I bought a Steam Deck and it's very nice. Of course, it's very lovely, but it's quite big. I kind of underestimated how big it was, and I love it for like at home, but I just can't imagine whipping up that bad boy at the doctor's office, you know? I would much rather just take out my DS or my Vita and just have that in my hands because it's like those are pretty small in comparison to the Steam Deck. I feel like that's a whole monster that you're taking out of your bag. Like that thing is as big or like as tall as my iPad, like the big one, the big almost 13-inch iPad, which is insane. It is so big. I went in person at GameStop for the midnight release. Oh, good old GameStop. I wonder how long it'll take for the stores to close down here in Germany. Oh, let me see if they still have. Never mind. Oh my god, it's already closed? That only took like what, a couple of months? It's already gone? Permanently closed. What do you mean? All of my childhood memories. I was just in there before Christmas looking at some figurines that they had there. What do you mean? I can't believe that. Ah, what a shame. I remember I used to go to a store that sold um well, all kinds of video games, let's just put it that way. I remember going there because my brother used to want to buy, I guess, banned video games. Banned is not as bad as you would think. It's really just that a lot of games get banned in Germany for being too brutal. I think, if I'm not completely mistaken, Left 4 Dead 2, a specific version of it was banned in Germany and had to be censored, I think. Uh, and then I think my brother used to go there all the time to get those games uncensored, basically. Um, and I used to go there and look at some N64, Game Boy, and GameCube games. I don't even know if that store still exists because physical media is so rare nowadays. I'm so sad that GameStop is gone, but to be honest, I never went in there to buy games, let's be honest. But I did used to go to the other store. Wolfenstein and Doom were notoriously banned, if I remember correctly. Probably those two. Yeah, there were so many. My brother, I used to think that he was crazy. I'm like, wow, why are you getting banned video games? What? Why would you do such a thing? But, after a couple of years, you realize that basically everything gets banned here because it's quote unquote too brutal, too explicit, too something, when it's not that bad. My brain heard band and I was like, sick guitar, Guitar Hero and Rock Band. Boned. Boned. The one with a double N, Edie. No, those are good old times. I also still remember, man, we used to go rent movies all the time. There was this store not far from my childhood home, and we would go there multiple times a week to pick up some new DVDs and stuff. I miss those times, kind of. I mean, it's definitely more convenient nowadays, but I don't know. Sometimes I remember the good old physical media, and that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. As a huge game renter growing up, good times. Yeah, I used to do that a lot too. Not from those stores or anything, but from my local library actually. They had a lot of stuff. Of course, like they had a lot of books and manga, but they also had a lot of games. I remember my first Sims game I got from the library, and I put it into the PC, I booted it up, and I realized my PC is horrible. Also, thank you so much for the follow, little sheep. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Bye bye Sonic Adventure 2 Battle when I could rent it for 3 days every other week. Yeah, look at that. That's big brain. That is so big brain. Yeah, I kind of miss those times. I also recently found like a bunch of video game soundtrack CDs, and I'm heavily considering getting a CD player just to be able to listen to them. But then again, I have a CD player in my car, so maybe I should just take the CDs to the car. But then I can't display them? It's a whole thing. Public libraries are actually insane. Wish I had a good one where I live now. Yeah, I live, again, in the boonies, so we do have a library. Maybe I should go check it out. It just looks so small, I can't imagine it having anything good, but, you know, who knows? Maybe it's super good. Probably not, but hey, we can dream, right? But let's actually go into the game. I was like, oh, where are my saves? But this is, we're not too far into this. Let me think about where we left off. I think we had creepy Rika. We had all of these crazy theories. I think we read all the tips. All right, we had baby Myeon. Good. I like that. What else do we have? Right, we have the kidnapped, kid. What was this? I forgot what this tip was about completely. Right, we have the kid in the trunk. The kid in the shed being threatened that they might have to lop off an ear. The rainy days where, oh, it talks about something changing. Like, how do I explain this in my own words? It talked about, you know, whoever was saying this, which I suppose the most likely culprit would be Rika, that she looks at the sky and she would enjoy seeing some rain because it's sunny all the time. Which was kind of hinting towards there being a repetition of like timelines or like of events, and her kind of looking for the slightest change for something to change for the better, of course. And then we had the whole creepy conversation. Oh, what was that about? I might just skim through them, these two, because I don't know what these were about unless someone could give me a better idea. Maybe someone of you remembers it better than I do. Vinyls of OSTs are also really cool, but also really expensive. Yeah, I am still waiting for the Omori vinyl to come out. They announced it a couple of months ago, but it hasn't come out yet. I guess they'll be partnering with Fangamer again, because Fangamer releases a lot of vinyls for video games lately. And then I guess I'm gonna get a record player, get some vinyls, and yeah, experience vinyls for the first time, because I have never had a record player in my life. After this chapter, we'll do a recap, right? Well, after this arc, yeah. So after this whole arc is what I meant. Not the actual chapter, I suppose. After this episode 4, arc 4, whatever you want to call it. Because I think it makes sense to do a recap when we have played through all of the question arcs. So yeah. Okay, let me just quickly scroll through this to get an idea for what this was about. Blessed with relationships doesn't mean everyone is connected to each other. Ah, this talked about the effects of people, even though you aren't, or like, yeah, people and their actions, even though you aren't directly connected to them, be it by location or just simply relationship. Yes, okay, I remember. I don't have to go through all of this again. I think I kind of remember. What was this about? I got them confused. I meant the
だい
arc.
ぶ
Oh,
血
yes,
圧も
yes,
良くなっ
yes.
てきましたよ。お嬢さんなら100でも200でも
Can I skip and stop? Oh, I
ま
can.
しなはい
Oh, no.
風がすごいそうだわ
日中はだいぶ暑くなったように思うんですが、まだ朝夕は涼しいですね。夕べは少し肌寒いくらいでした。
I like how little it takes for me to remember things. I think this was talking about how it's kind of unfortunate that all of the stuff that they've been doing to stop the dam project hasn't been working out so far, and they've been fighting for so long. And I think it kind of cuts to them, well, Mion and Oreo kind of going creepy mode and laughing like maniacs, making it seem like they have this
そんな
big
朝夕もまた
evil plan.
ひなみ沢のいいところな
Basically a butterfly effect. Yeah, that's basically what the one tip with the blood spatter was all about. Yep. Butterfly effect explained in a very confusing way by the game and me.
わしゃ100まで一気にせ
国が一度決めたことを撤回するのはなかなか難しいでしょうね。
国のやることはないつの世も
That
一周す
too.
回すみたいなもんね
The whole millstone
Oh, no.
metaphor,
だいぶ重いやっちゃ
where it's like hard to
石
stop it
臼ですか？
once you get it started. Like it takes a huge amount of effort to get it started, but once you do, it's insanely difficult to stop it.
知らんねか石臼
I like this. Don't you know? Question mark. Question mark.
国の石臼はなでもな簡単にはたくさんの人間がせーのってやってようやくじりじりと動き出すそんな石だから一度回り始めそれが嫌だからみんな
摩擦係数の話でしょ
ちゅうことはだ何かの間違いで突然石臼が止まっちまったらまた回す
石臼
Okay. Why did I have to stop at this exact moment? But yeah, this was a kind of creepy. I'm not sure what to make of this. It's as if it's kind of talking about the curse, but also not really. Or maybe not the curse itself, but the cults that they have around it. Hiria knows a lot about the Sonozakis, more than the average person. I think so too, because he must be here a lot to check up on Oreo, which means he probably gets to listen to some interesting stories, gets to catch a glimpse of some eerie stuff like this, and also probably overhears some, stuff. Possibly, maybe, we never know how many people walk in and out of the Sonozaki main house. He comes off as clueless, but he should know some stuff, probably. Okay, I have to. High adrenaline. Let me read through that for a second. I'm not entirely sure what that is referring to. Oh, you mean the banned games? I mean, yeah, it just Germany has some pretty strict laws regarding games, and specifically age rating for any kind of media, which is why so many games got taken off of German Steam, for example, because of the very heavy regulations regarding age ratings. I don't know too much about it, so I can't say too much, yeah, about it, other than it's kind of exhausting sometimes. But yeah, it's definitely interesting to think about it. Okay. Okay, but it seems like, yeah, he knows some stuff that is going on for sure, but I feel like he doesn't truly grasp what is going on, especially in this specific conversation. I don't think he really knows what they're laughing at. I think he's rather clueless when it comes to this in particular, and also other topics, perhaps. I don't think he knows too much. I actually don't remember if he talked about all of the rumors and the curse and everything to Keiichi. I think he seemed like he less so believed it. I mean, you saw how he reacted towards the whole Keiichi confessing to murder thing. I don't know if he's that familiar with all of the stories and everything. He probably knows not to dig into it. Yeah, he's probably smart enough to understand that he doesn't want to stick his nose where it doesn't belong, or he might find himself in some danger. I think he's smart enough to realize that something is going on. I mean, there's also rumors, and he probably knows that the Sonozaki family is a very influential family. So it wouldn't surprise me if he was staying silent on purpose. Hello, Sam. Welcome in. How are you? Waiting for sushi will spam picture. Thank you very much for sharing the food. I guess. Thanks for making me hungry. I guess. Also, I'm sorry if you hear some snoring while I talk. My cat snores very loudly. That's that's the reason why you might hear some light snoring when I talk, because that's when it probably will get picked up. Okay, let's actually start with the chapter and see what that's all about. Right, we're staying in this kind of hotel slash I don't know. I don't think it's really a hotel. It's more like an Airbnb. Or did he say that it was a hotel? I don't remember. Why did he die in Arc 3? The curse, maybe, but Keiichi's death cursing should be put into question. I still don't have any clue what to make of the death cursing, because it's just so surreal that it kind of drives me a little crazy, you know? I don't know what to make of it. It's so supernatural, and I definitely didn't expect it. It was a huge step up from the previous arc, too, where we had Mion crawl up from under the bed, which was pretty surreal, of course, but the whole last arc with everyone dying from the curse because Keiichi wished for it was so weird that it still has kind of left me in shock. I feel like I would have to replay it to understand some more. But that's why we're doing the recap. Maybe we can theorize about some good stuff. Also, hello, Yugi! Welcome, welcome. You didn't miss anything at all. This is actually the very first line of the next chapter. We just went through the tips again. Just kind of looking through what we read last time, trying to remember what it was talking about. And we just basically clicked on the continue button. Yeah, Miyakashi? Nope, we're not quite that far. We are on chapter 3 of Himatsubushi. Yeah, sorry. It's kind of confusing. Yeah. Chapter 3 of Arc 4. Oh, let's get the phone ringing out of the way. The phone suddenly rang. I woke up in a hurry. The clock read 9 p.m. Oh, also, we still have that meeting with the informant. Don't forget about that, since he didn't do it last time. By last time, I mean yesterday. So this is technically the day he should leave, I suppose? Because he said he worked with Oishi for 3 days, and if he doesn't mean like directly with Oishi for 3 days, then this is kind of the last day? Unless he really meant 3 days in a row with Oishi. Or like not in a row, I guess just collectively? The clock read 9 p.m. Oh wait! This is still the same day! 9 p.m.? Damn it. Okay, so this is not the next day. I slept past the time I was supposed to report in. I picked up the receiver. Finally. Akasaka-sama. I kind of like how they call him Sama. It's so surreal. You have a call from an outside line. Shall I connect you? It's from a coworker named Kano-sama. Okay, so where is this located? This is not in Hinamizawa, right? So they won't get suspicious of me? I guess? Rika warned him. Yeah, Rika. Oh yeah, I remember I had this crazy theory that I can't really talk about without spoiling one thing. So I guess we'll talk about it when it gets revealed. Also, hello Kudo! Welcome in! Hope you're doing good today. I still haven't a clue what each suffix means, just that they exist. Chan, sama, oh, I'm probably the last person you want to ask because I think I have a skewed misunderstanding of what they mean. I can tell you that sama is used for someone that you hold in very high regard. The reason why Oyashiro-sama is called, well, sama is because I think that's one of the highest suffixes, like ranking ones that you can use. I don't know. Google would be a better place to read up on it. Nice bed, yeah, isn't it? Ender Magnolia has been wonderful. That's 1+. I really want to pick it up. I saw someone play it today, and you know, people have posted about it on the Discord, and I was like, oh, I should kind of check it out. Maybe not decided on whether or not I will play it on my own or on stream. We'll see. I know Chan is usually used to young girls, I think. That's the understanding that I had of it, but I know that Didi recently explained it in greater detail. Oh, but I of course forgot. I mean, I wouldn't be me if I remembered stuff, huh? So yeah, I'm sorry. I don't recollect it anymore. It's from a coworker named Kano-sama. I knew it. I didn't call in, so they had phoned me. Sorry, please put them through. Isn't he also, like, drunk? I doubt he slept it off in that short time period that has passed. Understood, I'll connect you, so please hang up the receiver for the time being. After I had put down the receiver for a few seconds, the phone began to ring again. Yes, hello? This is Akasaka. Akasaka-kun? This is Kano. Good work out there. Yeah, good work getting drunk and passing out on the bed. Good job, buddy. You did great. I need to prepare for an interview the following week. Very nervous and anxious. You got this. I believe. I believe. You can do it. Sometimes we beat ourselves up in our head and think we can't do stuff, but we totally can. You just have to ignore all the bad thoughts. You can do it. If you get an important phone call that sobers you up quick AF, I guess so. I was kind of lazying around today right before my work day ended, and then like 5 minutes before I was about to clock out, I get a call from someone that doesn't work in my company. And I work in IT, right? But like for the company that I work in, and they're like, "Oh, I have problems logging in." I'm like, "Who are you?" And I had to try and help this guy. And I somehow managed to do it, but yeah, I was like, "Oh my god." I was just in like the, "Oh, I'm about to just pass out on the couch" mindset to, "Oh my god, I have to work." Yeah, that kind of ruined my afternoon mood, but I picked myself back up. And the Magnolia has been very satisfying for me, enjoying it way more than Hollow Knight. Ooh. I mean, I like the gameplay from what I've seen so far, so I look forward to trying it for sure.
定時連絡がなかったので、こちらからかけました。
You didn't call in for your regular report, so we called instead.
こちらの状況はどう？
What's your situation? Leaving the lecture for later, my senior coworker got straight to the point.
今日はひなみ沢村へ実島に行きました。
Today I went to the village
観
proper.
光客を装うことで村長以下の何人かの種同盟の要人との接触に成功。
I guess we did achieve that even though we got very drunk. Under the guise of a tourist, I managed to establish contact with the mayor and several other core members of the Guardians.
何も聞き出すには至りませんでしたが、好印象を得て明日以降へのつなぎを作ることができました。
I wasn't able to ask them anything, but I left a good impression and was able to make a bridge for my investigation from tomorrow onwards.
そう、
I see. It
なかなか手際がいいね。
looks like things are going smoothly. Are they? I'm not sure about that. I mean, we basically told them that we don't approve of their ways of handling this stuff. I don't know how that's gonna end up going. And also, we had all of the demon eye stares at us. I don't think Hinamizawa is particularly fond of us. I think they're just kind of pretending for the time being anyway, which is probably why we got the warning from Rika in the first place. Oh yeah, Silk Song. Oh boy. Guys, we talked about this. I'll be announcing Silk Song's official release date next week. I don't know what you mean. No, was it next week or was it in February? Probably next month, actually. I will totally give you the release date for Silk Song, I promise. That's what I'm announcing.
赤坂くんのどこか初々しい感じが、むしろ武器になったのかもしれないね。
Akasaka-kun, you seem rather naive sometimes, but that might have worked in your favor.
まずは上守備ってところかな。
I guess you made some good progress for now.
比較するほど経験がないので上守備かは分かりませんが。
I don't have the experience to make a comparison, so I don't know if that's good or not.
とりあえず今日のところは順調だと思います。
I think things went well for today, though.
県警での情報や地元警察の公安での情報と照らしてどう？
I mean, to be honest, he did a better job of getting information than Keiichi ever did, so I guess props to Akasaka? Oh, there's a direct today? Oh, I guess I'll have to check that out.
鬼ヶ淵死守同盟は白っぽい？
Did you find out anything from the prefectural or local offices? Does it look as though Onigafuchi Guardians is unrelated to this incident? Not at all. Not at all. Very much the opposite. I still didn't know. I should have been able to say that immediately. I only had to say that, but for some reason, I hesitated. Because, well, there's enough hints pointing in the direction of it being heavily connected, so...
まだ調査中ですので、なんとも。
I'm still investigating, so I don't know what to say
そう、
yet. I see.
なるべく早めにね。
Could you let us know as soon as possible? I mean, even if we have like the slightest amount of suspicion, we should absolutely tell him, right? Because we have heard from local offices that they very much think that the residents of Hinamizawa, or I guess the Onigafuchi guardians, are capable of doing such a thing. I think even Oishi was like, oh yeah, they could totally do something like that. And yet we still hesitate. I wonder why.
分かってると思うけど、今夜が終われば、誘拐から丸4日が経過する。
Or maybe he's hesitating because of Rika's warning? I think you understand, but after tonight, it'll have been a full 4 days since the kidnapping happened. Isn't there also like some kind of statistic as to how much time can pass by for the chance of, retrieving, I guess? The child is still a possibility?
いつが時間切れという明白な区切りはないけど、時間の経過は確実に我々の状況を不利にしていく。
They didn't set a time limit, but it's obvious that time is not on our side.
それは分かってるよね。
I think you know that.
ええ、
Yeah,
分かっています。
I know.
迅速に。だけれど、細心の注意で調査を続けます。
I'll investigate a little quicker while still being careful about it.
うん、
Okay.
くれぐれも気をつけてね。
Be sure to look after yourself.
相手は暴力主義団体なんだから、
You're dealing with a violent organization here.
油断すれば危険もあり得るからね。
It might be dangerous to let your guard
危
down.
険が迫ったらすぐに連絡を。
Oh no. I feel like that's gonna happen. If you feel that you're in any danger, contact me immediately.
その場合は地元公安に応援体制を入れられるようにするからね。
They wouldn't mention this if that wasn't going to happen, right? In that case, I can get the local public safety office prepared to help you.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
頑張ります。
I'll do my best.
他に赤坂くんの方から連絡はある？
Anything else to report? I reported several bits of supplementary information, and at the very end, I decided to ask,
そちらの調査の進展はどうですか？
how's the investigation going on your end?
うん、こっ
Hmm.
ちもみんな頑張ってるけど、なかなかはかどらないよ。
Everybody's doing their best here, but we're not making much progress.
何しろ調べる団体が星の数だからね。
After all, the number of organizations we're investigating is vast.
だから君の方の団体も白だと分かったらすぐに帰郷して他の職員の応援に入ってもらいたいんだよ。
So, if you find out the one you're investigating is in the clear, we'll have you return to Tokyo to assist some of the other officers.
室長は鬼ヶ淵も洗っとけって言ってるけど、俺は鬼ヶ淵なんかの反ダム住民団体なんかは今回の件全く無縁だと思ってるからね。
That's quite a lot of text. I'm not gonna read through that, I'm sorry. The chief is saying to dig out what you can to dig out what you can in Onigafuchi, but I don't think a residential anti-dam protest group has any relation to the incident at hand.
職員一人を一団体調べさせるためだけに出張させるのはすごく痛いよ、ほんと。
Sending somebody out just to investigate a single group makes me cringe, really? What is with that expression? I know cringe doesn't, or didn't used to mean the same thing we feel like it means now. Like reacting strongly to something embarrassing or to someone embarrassing themselves, but it's kind of always funny to read cringe in this kind of context. Oh, it's all good. I just feel like longer text messages like that I'm not really able to read very quickly are more suited to the Discord, as Austin said. So feel free to post it there. I can read it after. But right now, it's a little difficult. Don't worry about it. But yeah, if you want to lurk, thank you for the lurk. I hope you enjoy it. At this point, he was just complaining. He was telling me to stop taking time to enjoy... Well, I can't even read today. He was telling me to stop taking time enjoying my trip, to finish up and get back quick. I feel like that's kind of counterproductive, because we want to get the truth, right? So just because we're fast doesn't mean that we'll do a good job, you know? Just because I'm fast at getting results or, what he might think is good enough results doesn't mean that we'll be getting good results. But I also understand the sentiment of not wanting to take too much time for the kids' sake. So I'll be eating food regardless, so I probably will. I hope you enjoy your food. I hope it tastes good.
なるべく早めにケリをつけるようにします。
I'll try and resolve this as soon as I can.
よろしくね。
Thanks. I'm counting on you.
じゃあ他に何もなければ切るよ。
Well then, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up.
はい、
Okay?
特にありません。
That's all I have. I feel like we're heavily withholding information too. We're not telling him about all the conversations we've had and also the whole thing with Rika. I feel like we're not telling him anything really. We're really just keeping the guy in the dark and he's trying to end this quick and we're not telling him what he needs to hear. He'll get so much shit if he leaves and it becomes clear that this group is responsible. Exactly! And I can't help but feel like that's gonna happen. Because I don't think present Akasaka is doing too well. I don't think you're gonna meet up with a cop that you think is kind of weird and shady if you have good experiences regarding what happened during that time. Like we said, he might be hung up on the whole thing, so I guess this will take a bad ending for him. Maybe not, with his life ending, but something else. Salmon en côte with fries. I don't know how to pronounce it. I made it myself. Happy to share. I have photos from previous times. Yeah, feel free to post it in the Discord. Him telling about Rika makes him sound like a crazy person, so he's not telling. I mean, he can... I guess he can kind of leave out the part where he says it's a kid, I suppose. He could have just said, oh, yo, I talked to the shrine maiden. He doesn't need to know who it is necessarily. And she kind of threatened me to leave because it won't have a good ending. Something like that, And also the conversation that he had with Oishi. And also the local officer before Oishi. I unfortunately forgot his name. But those two warned me and said that the possibility was very high. So I guess I'm not quite sure why we aren't talking about that to him. And I also doubt that we were talking about the informant that Oishi got for us, basically. Imagine listening to a little girl shrine maiden. I mean, she sounded very convincing. As we were ending our call, he scolded me thoroughly for being late with my regular report, of course. After that, I hung up the phone and sprawled out on the bed. Come to think of it, I hadn't heard anything from Oishi. He was supposed to contact me about a time and place to meet with the informant tonight. Okay, it was tonight. I'm not crazy. It was the same day. Even more sus, yep. I don't trust her, I think. I'm not entirely sure. I want to, but I don't. Oh yeah, I guess we haven't really figured out why she seems to be possessed by something, but has very different behavior compared to the other girls who were possessed. But I guess it will become more clear as we go on. Why does she speak so maturely? Also with like an insanely deep voice. It's not just the way that she spoke, but also how she spoke. Does that make sense? Her tone of voice, basically. I thought about getting angry with Oishi in retaliation for being scolded for forgetting my daily report. Ah, of course. Come to think of it, though, Oishi didn't really say anything other than that he was going to call tonight. I mean, it's 9 p.m. We still have a lovely 3 more hours. Waiting for a phone call when you didn't know what time it was going to come was in itself rather difficult. There we go! Just when I thought that, the phone rang. I picked up the receiver in a hurry.
もしもし。
Hello?
これはびっくりしました。
I don't know why. I have to laugh every time I hear his voice. I don't know what it is with Oishi. He's just so funny to me. And the music cues, of course. Well, this is a surprise.
赤坂さん、あなた受話器取るの早いですね。
Akasaka-san, you're pretty quick to answer the phone. Of course, he's gonna tease us.
警官辞めても大企業の営業で十分飯が食えますよ。
Are you a regular user of dating chat lines or something? I guess those were a thing back then. I mean, they still are today, I feel, but more so back then.
まだ警官辞めた後のことなんか考えたこともありません。
I would never even try something seedy like that.
そこまで過剰に反応されると面白いな。
The way you overreact is rather interesting.
し
Ha ha ha
か
ha.
しいけないな。因果な商売ですし、今から考えても遅くないですよ。
Excuse me? Wanna go to a place where you can have a little bit of lewd fun? Huh? What? Huh?
遠慮いたしますので、本題に入ってください。
Dude,
大石さん
he makes me so uncomfortable. He makes me so uncomfy sometimes. This old sex pest, it's just Oishi. Oh man, this guy is crazy. I'll pass, so could you please get to the point, Oishi-san?
そうですか。
Really?
それは残念です。じゃあ老後の話は次の機会にでも。
I mean, I don't know why we're surprised. He literally brought some questionable magazines to Keiichi to the hospital, you know? When he just got basically cleavered almost to death. Stuff is seriously wrong in Hinamizawa. Maybe the timeline where everyone dies is truly the best one. You tell me this guy is a cop? I know, I can't believe it either, man. This is kind of crazy. We'll leave that for next time
で
then.
は本題。
Well, I'll get to the point. Many of the executives in the Onigafuchi Guardians had a lot of sway in the neighboring regions. Even in Okinomiya, there were a lot of people with relations in the village. That's why meeting in the Shishibone Market District, far from Okinomiya, was a matter of course.
赤坂さん、こっちこっち。
Hello. Akasaka-san, over here.
ちょっと迷いましたが。
Did you get a little lost?
北口からの方が遠回りだけど道は分かりやすかったかもしれませんね。
Coming from the north entrance might have been a bit of a detour, but it was easier to give directions from there.
いえ、遅れて申し訳ありませんでした。
No, I'm sorry for being late.
夕飯はもう食べちゃいました。
Did you eat dinner already?
ええ、
Yeah,
済ませてあります。
I already did when we got drunk at the shrine.
じゃあお酒の飲めるお店に行きましょうか。
Been there, done that. Well then, shall we go to a place where we can get a drink?
洋酒派、
Do you prefer Western alcohol?
日本酒派、
Or maybe sake?
女の子のいる店といない店は
Oh
どっ
my
ちがいいですか
goodness. Would you prefer a place with or without women?
ね。
I can't. Get him off of my screen.
お構いなく、
Don't worry about it.
勤務中は飲みませんので。
I don't drink while I'm on the job? Huh? You literally did just a couple of hours ago. Hearing that, the man that Oishi had brought along bent backwards as he guffawed, clapping Oishi on the shoulder. Who did you bring along? Is that the informant? I'ma go nap, have fun. Thank you, Kudo! I hope, I don't know when you said your interview was, but I hope everything goes well. Thanks for stopping by.
ね
See?
え、初々しい人でしょ。
Isn't he just adorable?
その分ちょっぴりサービスしてあげてくださいよ。
In exchange, can you give him a bit extra? I'm so sure this is the informant. Oh my goodness. It's in 2 weeks. Okay. Don't let the nerves get to you just yet. You know, have a nice and relaxing sleep.
あのお金は全部彼のお財布から出てるんですからね。
That money all came from this guy's wallet, you know? The man that Oishi had brought seemed almost like a ticket scalper on a bookie. Even his appearance was dubious. The informant grinned deviously.
おい坊主、
Sato. Hey boy,
お前旦那にいくら渡した
how much did you give this guy?
だいぶ途中でつまみ食いされてんぞ。
I'm not surprised that's the case. It's my entrance interview for specialization. Ooh, that sounds really, really good. I hope everything goes well. Well, it's in 2 weeks, so I will get to wish you good luck properly before it, I hope. But yeah, rest well.
大石氏への仲介手数料も含めていますから、それも含んだ上です。
Oishi's handling fee, yeah, we could call it that, was included, so I took that into account. It seemed that the informant had expected a more extravagant reaction on my part. When I responded matter-of-factly, he realized that I was an entirely different type of person than he was. But rather than putting a distance between us, it seemed that I had piqued his interest.
だから言ったでしょ。
I said it, didn't I?
真面目な人なんです。
He's the serious type.
でもね、赤坂さん。
But do you see, Akasaka-san?
私たちのような職種の人間は豊富な社会経験がとても武器になるんですよ。
People in a line of work like ours can really use their wealth of experience to their advantage. So does that mean I'm at a disadvantage because I'm a newbie?
女の子がいて、お酒が飲めるお店での経験がどう武器になるか疑問です。
I'm wondering how exactly the experience of drinking in a bar with women would work to my advantage. Not much. I hate them both so much, but I kind of enjoy it. The informant, unable to contain himself, clutched at his stomach as he guffawed heedless of the people watching.
いや、もう。
Oh, lordy! Okay, I need to take a screenshot of this. This is quite a line coming from him. Oh, lordy!
赤坂さんはいちいち察しがいいな。
Akasaka-san, you really can judge people.
さすが高学歴。
That's what an education does for you. Can we have like a conversation between adults and not, you know, where you try to bully me all the time?
大石さん、
Oishi-san.
あなた、どこかで飲んできましたね。
Oh, he's drunk? You've been drinking somewhere, haven't you?
酔っ払ってます。
Are you drunk?
オフタイムに飲んで何が悪いんですか？
What's going on? What is happening?
あなたは勤務中でも私はオフ。
What's wrong with drinking when I'm off duty? Even if you're working, I'm not.
オフ。
Oishi, who was the sort that'd fool around to begin with, was in such a good mood I couldn't figure out a way to deal with him. I mean, I feel like it doesn't get any easier with him being drunk. Oishi knows about La Passion. No! No! Yaya? No. Completely different than me, who had come worried about getting every bit of information I could. Oishi-san, after taking so much money, you were supposed to get me information worth at least as much. I thought this, but then I realized that I was getting my information from the informant, so it didn't matter how drunk Oishi was. You think the informant is sober? It was nothing I could complain about, but I still felt slightly riled up. Yeah, talking to Oishi will do that to you. Oishi and the informant, it was no doubt a fake name, but he introduced himself as Sato, led the way deeper and deeper into the back streets of the market district. Even though the market was bustling, a couple of turns off the main street and you were in a desolate alleyway. Oishi started climbing a set of stairs on the side of a seedy building. There wasn't any sort of signage, so I couldn't tell if the place was open or if it was even a store at all.
安心してください。
It's gonna be a strip club, isn't it? Don't worry,
怪しい店じゃありませんよ。
this isn't a dubious place. Those words coming from Oishi's mouth had absolutely no credibility. Oh! It's the Mahjong parlor! This is the place where he basically schemed a sort of, I guess you could call it a rebellion? When they were trying to dig up dirt on Mion, basically deciding that they would use Keiichi as bait, so I guess this is the perfect place to talk about shady stuff. Beyond the door was, thankfully, a typical Mahjong parlor. I was relieved that it wasn't the sort of suspicious place I had to be on my guard about.
はい、いらっしゃい。
Welcome, welcome!
あら、大石さん、お久しぶり。
Oh, Oishi-san, it's been a while. Don't worry, this will quickly become his little base for dubious activities with the police.
こっち入ります？
Wanna join in?
すぐ開きますよ。
There'll be a free spot soon.
いいえ。今日はセットですからいいです。
No, no, I'm here with the group today, so it's fine.
待たせましたね。
Oh, sorry to keep you waiting. Mahjong is a game played with 4 people, so there's another person. It seems that a middle-aged man who was going to be our 4th had already arrived and was waiting for us. Do I know this voice? You're late, Kurado. This isn't one of the kidnappers, right? I was just thinking of going home. Oishi made an excuse for why we had taken so long. Eventually, realizing that I was a new face, the other man grew interested.
彼は赤坂さん。
I don't know how I feel about getting so many people involved in something that's supposed to be secret, but okay. That's Akasaka-san.
東京からはるばる出張されてきた将来有望な新人さんです。
He's a rookie who came all the way from Tokyo on assignment. They have high hopes for him.
坊主、
Boy,
お前麻雀はできんのか？
can you play mahjong?
まあ、学生時代にそこそこに。
Is a mahjong kind of considered something that older people play? I think. Well, I played a bit when I was still a student. Sata and the old man cackled in unison. I actually want to know. Yeah, especially like in Asia, it seems. Southeast Asia, particularly, is where mahjong is kind of considered a social entertainment form for elderly people, so that fits. I didn't think that Oishi counts as an elderly person, but I guess he's headed towards that path. But yeah, let's let them cackle in unison a bit more while we listen to this fantastic theme, because there's gonna be an ad break in about 2 minutes. So let's take a quick 3-minute break. If you need to rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, or get a snack, feel free to do that. I will fish, and I will also be right back when I can find this. Okay, be right back. I'm back. Hope you've been enjoying the lovely, jazzy, smooth music. Also hello, Blood. I hope you're doing good today. Welcome, welcome. The chapter is so different, it's kind of funny. It's a little bit more relaxed. I also didn't expect to start off on the same day, since that's kind of atypical for Higurashi. Usually they start you off on the next day, which is why I was confused when he said it's 9 p.m., but we'll take it. Thank you. Welcome back to you too. Let's interrupt their cackling, I guess. Their plot to sucker me out of my money was painfully obvious. Oh, wait. Do you actually have to bet money? You can't play for fun in here?
緊張続きの出張で疲れておいでだろうと思いましてね。
I thought you'd be a bit tired from your assignment, leaving you on edge all the time.
一つ今夜は心の選択でもして差し上げましょうかと思いまして。
So I thought I'd give you a night to cleanse your spirit.
今さら野暮なことを聞きますが、私たち警察官ですよね。
I don't know, I don't like being the only one that doesn't have a clue what's going on, you know? And not understanding the dynamic of everyone and being made fun of. This is my worst nightmare. I'm surprised Akasaka can stay here for that long. I would have hid under the table already. I know asking this now might be stupid, but we're all police, aren't we? This is what I mean, man. You can't say a single thing without them laughing at you. This is my worst nightmare.
まあそれは一個なしで。
Well, let's not talk about that.
何10歳にはかけるわけじゃありませんよ。
Loosen up a bit. We won't actually gamble anything.
この後いいお店に遊びに行くときに誰が全員分を払うのか決めるだけですって。
Well, they're just not gonna answer me. They're not gonna answer me if everyone on this or at this table is police. So rude. Oh yeah, welcome back, Space. Hope you enjoyed your dinner. What did I miss the last 15 minutes? Well, I don't know when you stepped out, so I can't really say. But I guess we got scolded by our boss, and then we met up with Oishi. He made a couple of dirty suggestions, and now we're at the mahjong parlor being laughed at by 3 other people because, well, Akasaka is just, the victim of bullying in this chapter, it seems. We're just deciding who's going to pay for everyone to go play at a very nice place afterwards. What does that mean? What does that mean?
遊びに行く？
Go play?
どんな店に遊びに行くんですか？
What kind of place would you be doing that? Without reservation, the 3 of them started suggesting places like cabarets, high-class clubs, and even brothels. Get me out! Not a lot happened between then. Not really. They were just kind of making fun of me. I guess we did meet up with the informant. The informant, I guess, being Sato. We also met up with an old man whose voice sounds kind of familiar. My first thought was one of the kidnappers, but I feel like it's too old of a voice. Maybe once we hear him again, I'll be able to make a better connection. At the very least, they were the types of places that you couldn't go to with money that was just for funsies.
私のお金は先日、大石さんに根こそぎ預けて支払いは不可能ですし、仕事の
Oishi-san
都合があるので長居はできないのですが。
Oishi-san took all my money the other day. Why does that kind of sound like we really are the victim of bullying and he just stole all of our lunch money? And I also have work to do, so I can't stay for long.
坊主が勝てばいいじゃねえかよ。
Then all you have to do is win.
おめえが勝ったらこの雀荘の支払いはなしで、クラウドに仕事の話でも何でもすればいい。
If you win, then you won't have to pay for this table and you can talk to Kurado about work or whatever. Did you not listen? I don't have money. No matter what happened, it seemed like they were intent on playing mahjong for free. I would have to fasten my resolve a bit. If I was going to be underestimated like this forever, it was going to get in the way of my work.
わかりました。
I understand. Oh no, don't give in!
では、 少しだけお付き合いします。
I would have just pieced out. Then I'll play with you guys for just a bit.
私が勝ったらアフターの遊びは一切なしですぐに仕事の話に入ってもらいますからね。
If I win, you guys don't get any of the money or get to go to any of those dirty places, and we talk about work right away. I feel like we'll get a lot of that. Yeah, yeah. Oh, also, yeah, Oishi's drunk.
いいですとも。
Bring it on. So he's even worse now than he usually is.
俺が勝ったらフラワーのブルーマーメイドに直行だからね。
If I win, we're headed straight to the Blue Mermaid on Flower Road.
おやっさんも好きだな。
This old lech here likes that place too.
私はもちろん馴染みの店をはしごしまくりですよ。
Of course, we're going to hop between all the places where they keep the girls coming.
あっけみちゃん。
I'm concerned. Why?
佐藤さんはどうします？
What about you, Sato-san?
私は静かに飲めるお店でいいですよ。
I prefer a place where we can drink quietly.
静かにバニーさんとでしょ？
Oh, like a nice quiet place with a bunny girl.
この間飲みに行った時、バニー
What
さ
the
んに
fuck?
聞こえちゃったでしょ。
You know, when I said that we wouldn't get a degen section with Keiichi being absent, I take it back. We have it right here. The last time we went drinking, you pulled the tail right off that bunny girl, didn't you?
あれ結局弁償だったの？
Didn't you end up having to pay for that?
マスターに縫製代とか言われて一本ドンペリ開けられたな。
The owner started a bottle of Dom Perignon on my tab and called it tailoring fee. What a lively table this was. I could tell the other customers were glaring at us while we loudly continued our crude conversation. This must be so awkward. Speaking of which, the fact that they assumed I was the same was a bit disheartening. Oishi had taken all the money I brought, so everything I had left was out of my own pocket. In addition, there wasn't much left of that either. If I kept on hanging around him like this, through his goading, my wallet would disappear into the night. No! This is such a horrible company. I don't want to be here. I guess... Yeah, this is the second day, I guess, that we spent with Oishi, and it's the worst day imaginable. Somebody get their grandpas. Somebody pick up their grandpas, please. They're drunk and annoying. So hello, Amadis. Welcome in. How are you? Hope you're doing good. I had to somehow win and return the conversation to my job. But these people, no matter how you looked at it, were pretty good. Sorry, Yuki. That's not good. I don't want to go to looty places.
そんじゃこれでリーチと。
Well then, I'll just call it Ichi here. Well, the old man and Sato probably won't fall for this silly Ichi. I wonder if Akasaka-kun will spit out what I need. Oh, now we're having Oishi's POV, I suppose?
クラウドのリーチなんざどうせこの辺だろ。
At any rate, Kurado's hand is probably holding something like that, huh?
この辺なら通るだろ。
In that case, this one's ought to go through.
それ。
There! Oh-ho! The old man's pretty good. He's quietly trying to use one of my safe tiles to complete his hand, isn't he? This would be a great time to know what the hell Mahjong is even about. It seems that Akasaka-kun has at least learned the ropes when it comes to guarding against someone's Richi. But that will be his
ど
downfall.
うした坊主。
What's wrong, boy?
サクッと切らねえかい。
Would you hurry up and discard?
よくわからなかったらクラウドと同じもんを切ってりゃ安全だぞ。
If you're not sure, anything that Kurado's already thrown away should be safe, no? You can do it. Ooh, Akasaka-kun's really fretting over this one. It was glaringly obvious that he had a safe tile to discard, but he didn't want to throw it away because it would move him further from completing his hand. They're so nice when they're young and innocent. I really don't like being looked down upon. I really don't like the way they're talking about Akasaka in this this chapter. Listen, he means it in a different way, I guess. Come on, hurry up and throw out the kicker. If he gave me the winning tile, we'd be headed to an establishment where I could do with all sorts of licking and... If he gives the old man his winning tile, we'd be headed straight to the place with mates and bloomers.
これは通りますか?
This will go through, right? He looked up as he hesitantly threw out a tile that was... Oh, too bad.
おいおい、危ねえパイだぞ。
Hey now, that's a dangerous tile, you know.
クラウド、通るのか?
Kurado, does that go through?
いい、通り
Yeah.
ますよ。
It will. Okay, that's not so bad. This conversation is really... It's not going in the direction that I thought it was going to. Of course, Ryukishi had to get in some D-Gen convos in here. It seems this time you were lucky. But as long as the round kept going, I could still win off the draw. I like these sounds that they also use for the batting. Or batting? Did I just say batting? During the baseball tournament that we had. Make no mistake, RO7 is a good writer, but a massive perv. I can see that. At least in Higurashi, it's, I mean, it's been a part of at least every single arc, I suppose. I don't know if Umineko has parts like these. I guess so. Maybe. I'm not sure. But after that, Akasaka-kun managed to luckily avoid throwing any bad tiles, and somehow the round managed to end without anybody completing a hand.
天杯。
Tenpai.
先輩。
Pai.
当然
No 10. I don't know what that means. Sato-san had keenly anticipated that two players were in Hiriichi and had decided to play it safe. What a cool-headed way of playing. Now let's see, what kind of hand did Akasaka-kun have? When the round ends with nobody winning, in Mahjong, anybody in Tenpai has to show their hand. But if you're not in Tenpai, you have no obligation to reveal it. So I guess, Sato would not have to reveal the hand, I suppose? He doesn't necessarily glorify it, but this story could do without most of it, in my opinion. I mean, some of it, I would argue, adds to the character's personality, you might say. But yeah, I feel like it could do without sometimes. Also, hello, Dracula. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. And thank you for the look, Vermo. I hope you enjoy it. But he didn't. Oh wait, I didn't read the whole thing. I thought I did. Your average beginner would normally show their hand even if they weren't in Tenpai, and start a commotion about how if this tile or that tile came, they would be in Tenpai. But he didn't. Being stingy?
どうだと思うぜ
How'd you do, boy?
ちょっと見せてみ
Come on and show me. Sato-san reached over to flip the hand that Akasaka-kun had casually placed face down.
なんじゃこりゃ
What the hell is this? He was nowhere near Tenpai. Was Akasaka-kun totally bad at this after all? You know? He's trying his best. He's trying his very best. Getting Yu-Gi-Oh! Flashbacks? There is a Mahjong-based archetype called Tenpai that was the best deck. I don't know about that. Feel free to share it in the Discord so I can take a look at it, because I don't really know. I don't really know what to envision. Right, then as the old man compared the tiles from Akasaka-kun's hand to the discard pool, a puzzled expression crossed his face.
坊主、
Boy,
おめえ、 この辺りで張っとるだろ
You were in Tenpai right around here, weren't you?
どうして切った
Why'd you break your hand?
マンズの高いあたりが急に高騰しましたので抑えました。
The higher Manzu tiles suddenly got more valuable, so I held them back.
大石さんのリーチに対して安全性が高まったのにです。
Even though the chance they were safe tiles had increased with respect to Oishi-san's Riichi.
筋でさばけば無難なのにわざわざ抑えた方がいる。
It would have been safer to rate the discards, but there was a player who went out of their way to keep the tiles out of play. I don't know what they're talking about, but this sounds very smart. I trust that he knows what he's talking about. Is Akasaka the protagonist in the VN? In this particular arc, yes. Previously, so this is question arc number 4. The previous 3 question arcs had Keiichi Maibara as the protagonist. And we already know that the next arc, which is the first answer arc, will have who was it? Shion Sonozaki as their protagonist. So I guess you could say Keiichi is the true original protagonist. But he's the one of this story in particular. But yeah, I guess if you don't know Higurashi, how do you explain it without sounding crazy? It's a story about a group of friends in particular that seems to relive certain events during 1983. A specific festival seems to be the turning point in the arcs every single time, where for 5 years in a row, people have been getting killed in a ritualistic way. I've seen the anime. Okay. So then you do know some story. Okay. Now I don't know what the anime covers anymore because it's been so long, but yeah, in this specific arc, it's all about Rika, I suppose, and the happenings during what time was this? 1978. So the normal storyline plays around 1983, and this is now 1978, yeah. Which is why we're playing as Akasaka instead of Keiichi, I suppose. The first season of the anime covers the first 4 question arcs, and I think the first 2 answer arcs. Oh, the answer arcs too. I didn't even know that. Wait, did I even watch the second season? I will find out when I rewatch it. I don't know.
Oh.
Oh?
クラウドのテンパイなど花から論外っていうわけか
So Kuraudo's Tenpai was no good from the start, in other words.
相当高度な引っ掛けでなければ私の報酬を期待したぬるめの手かと思って。
If it wasn't such a high-level trap, I would have thought that you were waiting for me to throw out the winning tile.
それよりもダマで張ったあなたの方がとりあえずは問題でした。
But the more concerning thing is that you were in Tenpai and didn't say anything. Is this like Uno where you have to say that you're in Tenpai? I mean, I guess they called it out earlier, so it must work somehow like that. The last 2 answer arcs got a whole season. I feel like I didn't watch it, which is probably why I'm so confused about the whole story. Which is good for me now, because that means I'm going basically completely blind into it.
いつテンパイしたのに気づいた
When did you realize I was in Tenpai?
この辺りですか。
Around here?
ノンタイムで4連続で切ってますよね。
You threw out 4 tiles in a row immediately.
初めは食い替えかと思いましたが私をチラチラ見ていたので期待しているんだと気づきました。
At first, I thought you were just discarding redundant tiles, but I noticed you glancing over at me and realized you were waiting for something. Akasaka-kun, you...
赤坂さん、あんた麻雀始めてどのくらい
Okay, so he's actually really good? Akasaka-san, when did you first start playing Mahjong?
高校から大学くらいまでの間しかやっていませんよ。
He's so good, what the hell? I never did, except in high school and university, so I never did is a false statement.
さあ続けましょう。
Oh my god, he's so cool, Kia! Now let's
佐
continue.
藤さんはテンパイしなかったから流れて、次は私ですね。
Since Sato-san wasn't in Tenpai and the round ended without a winner, then I'm next, right?
おや、
The next dealer. It seems like Akasaka-kun is really aware of how the game flows. We thought we were just going to eat him alive, but it looks like that isn't going to be so easy. Don't underestimate him.
大石さん、想図が濃すいですね。
Yo! We get a whole... What? We get a whole frontal? Hold on, I need to give this to you in full screen. Look at him! Wow, he looks kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie. He looks really cool. Though I'm not gonna lie, he does kind of look like Tomitake. Yeah, he looks so cool and confident. I love the way he looks. I'm so glad that we got this. This is so cool. I mean, we got that little achievement art, I guess. But he had his whole face covered. Wait, did I say something weird? Is that not how you say it? I'm sorry. I mean, he just, you know, we get to see him from the front. Not like Keiichi. He's just a cameraman from Tokyo. Exactly. He's just a little tourist guy. He's just, you know, going on a little trip that he forgot to cancel while his... Or no, actually, that was one of the excuses we made up for him. He just decided that he would go to the countryside while his wife is giving birth in Tokyo. I feel like I hear you blushing a bit. Moving on. Oishi-san looks like you're going to... Oishi... Ugh. I'm not flustered. I'm good. I don't even know what I said that was wrong. I don't know what that means. Oishi-san, looks like you're going for the bamboo
回しま
tiles.
すか。
Should I put some in play?
この坊主
This boy.
クラウド降りるな
Kurado, don't back down.
あと3ついい牌が来ればな。
I just realized this is kind of like the club events that we had with Keiichi and the gang. So it's nice to still get that here, even though it's not with Keiichi and the gang. Konobozu. I love it. I love the way that they say it. As long as I get 3 more good
佐藤
tiles.
さんはうまくいきそうです。
Sato-san, think you can do it?
くそ
Damn it.
食いたんで引きずり下ろすか。
I'll just force you to go for a cheap tanyao.
チーだ
Cheap.
C ですか。
Straight.
じゃあすみません。それポンです。
Well, sorry. I'm going to pawn that tile. He sounds so badass now. He's so confident. Whoa now. Going to call 3 of a kind after he declared a straight? Trying to override and interfere?
坊主おめえ離れしとるな
Bozu, you're getting pretty used to this.
まさか。
Oh no.
私が生まれる前から打ってるような方々とは比べようもないですよ。
Oh, the sarcasm. I couldn't even compare to you guys who have been playing since before I was even born.
あ、それです。どうも。
That's game.
トイトイ赤赤赤さん。
Triplets, 2 red Dora, and 3 more Dora.
親ですからね。ちょっぴり高いですよ。
I'm the dealer, so this will cost you quite a bit.
くわ
Oh my goodness, the sass. I love it. He deserves this win.
赤坂さんやるな。
Akasaka-san, nice job.
これは我々も本気を出さないと。
Now we'll have to get serious,
ね
won't we?
本気のついでに展望も出してもらいましょうかね。
Well, can you get serious about handing over your points?
私は眠いんで手っ取り早く終わらせます。
I'm tired, so let's end this quickly. Oh my goodness, I like the side of him. He has that same cocky attitude that Keiichi sometimes has. Akasaka-kun, this is somehow unreal. Nahahaha. Before I could realize it, there was an ominous cold air emitting from beneath Akasaka-kun's feet. He's locked in. Oh my goodness. I don't even know how to say that. How blasé? How blasé? Blasé? I don't even know what that means. I guess I'm looking it up. Unimpressed with or indifferent to something because one has experienced or seen it so often before. Oh my god, the sass just gets stronger. This reminds me of the time I destroyed a person in 3 rounds of Go after never having played in my life. I wish that would be me. I actually downloaded a Go app and you know, I played the tutorial a couple of times and I was like, oh, I have a pretty good idea of how this works. And then I played against some bots and I lost. I kept losing and losing and losing and losing. I never won. Not once did I win at Go. So yeah. And I practiced so much and I never got a win. So I guess you're just talented.
マンズのリャンウーパーが笑ってませんか
The 2, 5, and 8 Manzus are laughing at you. Damn it! Boy, you!
クラウド、お前差し込め。
Kurado, finish it!
坊主の親、とっとと下ろすだ。
You have to end the boy's turn as a dealer.
悔しいですが、どうやらそうした方が賢明なようですね。
I hate to admit it, but that seems like the best option. I mean, yeah, you're gonna lose otherwise, so... There it is. Run! Simple straights, 1 Dora...
すみませんね。頭っ鼻です。
Sorry, head bump. Run. Straight. A head bump? You damn brat.
小僧。
Brat?
小僧が相手だとバカバカしくて手を緩むってわけですか。
So you'd play that sloppily against a brat?
じゃああんたその小僧以下ってわけですね。
Guess that means you're worse than a brat yourself.
面白いな。
It's so interesting.
あんたら連中が決まって小僧だ坊主だ。
Pop off, King. The way you guys call people things like brat and boy. I love this. This is way better than, you know, Keiichi. Because Keiichi just makes a fool out of himself. But I underestimated Akasaka. Look at him. He's actually so crazy. Those types of games just require specific kind of thinking. So it can be tricky to get into. Yeah, I feel like I just don't have the right mindset for games like that. For some reason, the very first time I played chess, I actually won against someone who had played before, so I'm pretty proud of that. I will admit I had no idea what I was doing, though. Jack his ass. Pop off. It's a lot better than Keiichi talking to those 2 kids. Yeah, at least here you only have these 2, or I guess all of them did kind of say some dirty, lewd stuff. And then you can just rub it in their face that they're, you know, terrible at a game that they should be really good at technically. And just completely wipe the floor with them. It's satisfying.
Akasaka-kun?
Akasaka-kun?
Akasaka-kun ですよね。
That is you, isn't it?
なんだか、ムードが変わりまくりなんですね。
It feels like you're a totally different person. You know, I might be a little bit possessed by Oyashiro-sama myself. Shahmaisa spooky. Exactly. I am the master of chess, I guess would be an okay translation. Chess master.
私をかもって今晩はいいお酒を飲むおつもりだったんでしょうが。
I'm a natural. You thought that I, being a sucker, would let you drink some good booze tonight.
どうやら皆さんの当ては外れそうです。
Seems like you were a little bit off the mark.
No.
Don't.
単品3色赤1ドラ1
You know what? I'm not gonna read it because I don't know what that means. I'm done reading words I'm not familiar with. Whoa! He actually did it!
だからあんたぬるいよ
That's why I'm saying you guys are slacking.
いくらダマだからってこんなにぬるい3面なんだから読んでくれなくっちゃ
No matter how you look at it, you have to be able to read such an obvious three-way weight. Akasaka-kun chuckled as he rested his chin in his hands. That pose was so fitting, it was almost scary.
おいクラウド
Did he just run off to the bathroom? He's like, oh my goodness, what the hell is going on? Sometimes being a newbie is an advantage because people can't predict what you'll do. I definitely exploit it when I get into games. Yeah, you have to, you know, make them think that you're incapable, and then you really shock them with sheer luck or some kind of knowledge. A few years ago, I played Mahjong on a site called Mahjong Soul. I got to expert, but I dropped out and stopped playing thereafter. Maybe you should get back in, you know, make a career out of playing Mahjong. Never too late, maybe.
話がちげえぞ
Hey, Kurado, this isn't what we discussed. Wait, they discussed this beforehand? They were like, oh, let's bring in this newbie so we can exploit him for money?
初々しいカモがネギ背負ってきたって言ったのは誰だ
Who the hell said he was a naive sucker right for the picking? I can't believe he actually said that about us.
いや誰でしょうね
Who could it be?
おいさまずいよ
This is so rude. He's just a scammer. Career is way off. I'd be better trying cards again. I mean, why not? Oishi-san, this is
こ
bad.
のままじゃ負けるよマジで
If he keeps going like this, we're seriously going to lose. Akasaka-kun, for you to make me get serious, looks like you really want to be milked dry. What the? What? What an expression.
ポン
Wipe the floor with them. Finish this.
ポン暇絵がいいですねもう一回ポンです
That sounds nice. One more time. Akasaka-kun was almost singing at this point. The tiles he had open were all pin tiles. You can't be serious. Are you really going for the flush?
ポン
坊主正気か
Wait, are you red in the head?
4つもさらしたらおめえパイが1つだけじゃねえかよ
You've opened 4 sets. You only have 1 tile left, you know?
そうですね
That's right.
知ってます
Did you know?
短期待ちって一番読まれにくいらしいですよ
Waiting on a single tile is the hardest thing to read.
バカかってめ
Are you an idiot?
そこまで染めてさらしといて今更出ると思うんじゃね
With that much of your hand revealed, you don't think we'd give you a tile you need, do you?
え読めてますよ赤坂さん
I know what you're doing, Akasaka-san.
それ均一でも本一でもないんでしょ
That's not a flush or a half flush, is it? Oh no.
4つポンした時点でトイトイは成立してますからね
The fact that you called pawn 4 times means you're already in a position for an all triplet
あん
hand.
た今絶好の単独トップ
Right now, you're far and away in the
こい
lead.
つは均一と見せかけてトイトイで食おうという挑発手でしょ
Oh no, have we been found out? You're trying to show a flush and goad us into giving you triplets, aren't you?
そう思うならピンズ切ってみます
If that's what you think, you want to try throwing out some pins?
大石さんの牌の左5つ
The left 5 tiles in your hand, Oishi-san.
さっきから切り損ねてるピンズですよね
They're pin tiles you're reluctant to throw away, aren't they?
それを端から順に切ってみたらいいんじゃないですか
Why don't you try discarding them in order from the left? You must be joking. Is he a mahjong god? Pon and chi are ways you can take other players' discarded pieces. Oh, I see, I see. If not, he had to be the main character of a manga or something. well, visual novel kind of works. At that moment, the old man sent me a sign under the table. The message was simple and clear.
クラウドやれ叩き潰せ
Kuraudo, do it. Crush him.
こんな若い子に様は好きじゃないんですがね。
I don't like to cheat against kids like this. They're gonna cheat? Or something? Wait, did I say? Oh, yeah, or something.
あうここまで投げられて今さら引けるか
Idiots, after being disrespected like this, we can't pull back now. What the fuck? They were gonna exploit me for my money? And now they're saying that they're being disrespected? Excuse me? That's not how it works.
知りませんよ。
Well, I'm not responsible for what happens, you know? Go ahead.
行くぞ坊主
Oh man, they're gonna cheat? I hope he sees through it. Here we go, boy.
リーチだ
Riichi.
オープンで行くぞ
We'll go open.
ピンズの一数値待ちだ
I'm waiting for 1, 4, or 7 of pins. Most likely, the tile that Akasaka-kun was waiting for was one of those tiles. With this, Akasaka-kun was no longer capable of winning the hand. When I drew from the wall, I switched out the tile that Akasaka-kun would draw. The tile that I put in was the 1 pin, one of the tiles that the old man was waiting on. Akasaka-kun discarded it a little while ago, so there was no threat of it being the one he needed.
おい、坊主の番だぜ。
Maybe that's what he planned all along? Come on, it's your turn, boy. I knew he was troubled that the tile he drew was the 1 pin. Of course, he couldn't discard it.
坊主
Boy.
分かってると思うがオープンリーチに振り込んだら100万払いだぜ
You must be aware, but if you discard into an open Riichi, it's worth the limit, you know?
言われるまでもありませんよ。
You don't have to tell me that. The tile that came from Akasaka-kun's hand was an honor tile. I feel like you could enjoy this conversation way more if you understood what this was about. I would probably fly off my chair like, oh my god, he's a mahjong god. But unfortunately, I can just admire how cool his voice sent, I guess. Art is. Conventional mahjong games are several rounds. Eastwind games are where each player gets 1 chance to be retained dealer. Southwind games are twice as long. Okay, interesting. Maybe I should look up a mahjong video after stream today to get a feel for what the hell is going on. Phew, ain't that something? There's only north wind tile left, isn't there? Good thing you explained that. Or wait, you haven't explained north. What is north wind then? Are they the opposite of south wind? So, shorter? It's better that you don't know, keeps the illusion. Okay, okay. There's only 1 north wind tile left, isn't there? You were counting on a really rough wait, weren't you? But with this, Akasaka-kun's fate was decided.
カズ
Heh, brat.
命拾いしたな
You're lucky you're
だ
safe.
が手配は1名だ
But your hand only has a single tile.
逃げ切れなくなることもあるんじゃねえのか
You think you'll be able to run away with the rest of this round?
やっぱりそういうことか。
I like that only the background changes, but it's so dramatic for some reason. One for each direction, but there is no such thing as a north wind. There are many yakus, winning hands you can go for, and one of them is to have a triplet of your delegated win determined by seat position. You know what? That's getting very confusing. I will have to look up a video explaining it for dummies. But thank you. So it's going to be like that. Akasaka-kun glared at the old man with a discerning eye. This guy had pretty good instincts. Did he figure out we were cheating?
やめましょうよ、やっさん。赤坂君の方が2、3枚は上手です。
I like that he's just whispering very loudly. I feel like he can 100% hear this. But yeah, thank you for explaining it a bit. I feel like I have a slightly better understanding of what they're doing. But I feel like I'm the type of person that has to see stuff to learn it. I was never really good at learning from reading explanations, which is why when I play board games, I can't grasp the rules until we play like a couple of test rounds, and then I'm like, okay, I'm good to go. It's just painful to go a losing streak like I did. It's fine. We have to lose every now and then. Gets us back down to earth, you know? I'll have to play Mahjong with you sometime. Maybe if I sometime can figure out how it works. I will get it. I will get there, guys. I'll become a Schachmeister, a Go-Meister, and also a Mahjong Meister. I'm much better with visuals. Even if I read instructions, I have to visualize it in my head. Same, 100%. I'm not good at all with just text explanations. My head just goes, question mark? Huh? What? I don't get it. So, yeah, pictures, please, gimme. Or just show me. Let's stop this. Akasaka-kun is a step or two ahead of us. Fool. You think we could stop after we've come this far? Next. Make him draw it. The next tile Akasaka-kun would draw was the 7-pin. With that, it would be settled. No matter which one he discarded, he'd play right into the old man's hand. An unavoidable full payout. When I drew my tile, I sneakily swapped Akasaka-san's. Bless you. What? Is he gonna cheat now too? Akasaka-kun suddenly sneezed, collapsing the wall of tiles in front of him. Hey, what are you doing?
すみません。ついくしゃみをした拍子に山を崩しちゃって。
Oh, sorry. I accidentally knocked over the wall when I sneezed.
バップ払いですね。
There's a penalty for that, right?
親だから4000オールですか？
I'm the dealer, so 4,000 to everybody?
それともバップは積み棒に？
Or should I pay a deposit? That must be pretty funny. Unable to hold back, I guffawed. Akasaka-kun, knowing he was going to be cornered for a second time and unable to escape, he took a drastic measure of knocking over his own wall. You're good, boy. To get away from a full payout like that. I mean, they were cheating, so he had to do something too.
大石さんもそんな見え見えの積み込みは勘弁してください。
Oishi-san, could you not bother putting me in such an obvious trap?
これがババなら今ので卓をひっくり返してたところですよ。
If you were Baba, what is that? This would have been the point where I flipped the table.
すみません、すみません。
Oh, no. Sorry.
あなたを侮っていましたよ。
I underestimated you. Oh, really? I hadn't noticed.
あなたどうしてお強いじゃないですか。
For some reason, you're really good, aren't you?
正直に話さんかい。
Answer me honestly.
若い頃はだいぶ慣らしたんだろ。
You got a lot of experience when you were younger, didn't you?
早稲田高田の馬場あたりでだいぶ遊ばせてもらいました。
I played quite a bit around Waseda and Takada no Baba. I have no idea what that is. Are those places? Are those locales? Are those tournaments?
ちょっと勝ちまくりすぎて馴染みの店に出禁を食らいました。
The place I frequented banned me for winning too much.
今の家内にだいぶ怒られて足を洗ったんです。
I don't know about Baba. Seems like a place where people all play, like a game location. Maybe. Well, Waseda is a university. Oh! You know what? Let me quickly look these up out of pure interest. Waseda University is in Shinjuku, Japan. And then we have Takada no Baba. A neighborhood in Shinjuku as well. So I guess the Baba being a locale and then also playing at the university. Baba is You. Isn't that a game? Yeah, it is. Oh yeah, I know this one. Very cute game. In terms of art style anyway. I don't know too much about it. Except for the little bit of gameplay I've seen. I made the woman who would become my wife pretty angry, so I washed my hands off it all. Raised the stakes too high? Oh my god, I'm scared to know. How much were you playing for at the time? It depends on who I was playing with, but I had an almost perfect record playing in Kabukicho. Especially since I played against a certain crowd, my life was on the line? So, okay, what I'm gathering from this is that he isn't afraid of a little bit of a threat? Wait, what? 20 times? What kind of stakes were those? Is that good? Did you have Yakuza at your table? That's kind of what it sounds like. Oh, pro baseball players? What's this? I don't think I'm following the conversation quite as much as they would maybe want me to. Well, he's a pro player who apparently danced with the mob. These guys are just grandpas playing in a local club, and they're cheating. Which is painfully obvious in most cases. What's this, Kurado? You buffoon. Where did you pull this guy from? He's practically a professional. I give up. Jeez. Boy, it's your win. I surrender. Thank you very much. It was an honor. I'm glad that we're not gonna just get stepped on for the entirety of this chapter.
Yeah.
Oh my.
しかし赤坂さん、あんた打つと性格変わるね。
Akasaka-san, your personality really changes when you play.
なんで就職なんかしたの?
Why do you even have a day job? To support, you know, the family, I guess?
あんたならフリーで十分に飯食っていけるじゃない。
You'd have no problem living as a freelancer. Freelancer mahjong player or freelancer private investigator? Mahjong player. To be a pro mahjong player, you need both talent and luck. I didn't have anything like that supporting me.
好きなんてその時の運不運だろ?
Luck is luck.
あんたほどの腕があれば十分にいけると思うがな。
With somebody of your skill, I think you'd be able to make it pretty far. Normal luck doesn't cut it. Yeah, you have to be the ultimate high school level lucky student, something like that. I don't actually know what the descriptions are like in English for the Danganronpa talents. Akasaka is a responsible man, love him. He's a great protagonist. I really grew to love him very quickly. I feel like I didn't really like Keiichi in the first arc. I got to really like him through the last one we played. That one really made me understand him better, and I liked him more. But Akasaka, I don't know, he just grew on me from chapter 1 basically. Imagine Akasaka getting home and saying, babe, I've dropped it all to play Mahjong professionally. Yeah, you know, I won't be able to support the family for a while I build up my Mahjong career. I hope you're okay with that. I know I left you here in Tokyo all alone to give birth to the baby, but, you know, I'm gonna pursue something entirely different now. I won't spoil anything, but Keiichi grows on you the longer you play. Okay. I can see that being definitely true. I mean, that is already the case for me. I feel like I loved him more and more every chapter. I don't love his degen side, but, you know, I just, I'll argue it's because of his doujinshi artist father and him being a teenager or something like that.
関したら3回に1回くらいはそのままカンドラが4つ乗ってここぞという時に狙ってリンシャンが引ける。
Calling a kan, and 1 time out of 3, you can aim to win on the extra draw with 4 Dora. Yeah,
このくらいじゃないと。
that kind of luck. I totally understand.
赤坂君、そんなのが頻繁にできたら、それはもう超能力者ですよ。
Akasaka-kun, if you can judge something like that, you're already bordering on the supernatural.
いえ、イカ様でも超能力でもなく、そのくらいの打ち手は結構いるんですよ。
No, there's plenty of people who can do that without cheating or superpowers.
新宿で知り合った泣くたびにドラが乗りまくるジャンシなんか鬼のように強かったですし。
There was a person I met in Shinjuku who would get Doras every time you blinked. He was as strong as a demon.
横浜で打ったプロなんかは当たり前のように一発で引き当ててましたからね。
There was a pro I played with in Yokohama who would draw the tile he needed immediately after calling Riichi, like it was an everyday thing.
私にはああいう月がないんです。
I don't have that kind of luck. I mean, I don't think luck is something you can measure. It's, luck is just math, so... What type of folks were those? They weren't named Ryu or Satoshi by any chance. Are those like famous mahjong players? I can't find anything? While looking this up? Oh, there's one guy that pops up. Fujisaki Satoshi? Japan Professional Mahjong League. Can't find anything on Ryu. No, I don't know why Ryukishi calls himself Ryukishi. I don't know if that's his real name or his artist name. I think. I know that Ryu means... Doesn't it mean like dragon or something? In Japanese? I never looked up Ryukishi. I didn't know that he looked like this. He looks like a nice guy who writes visual novels. I'll go with that. He seems like a nice guy. Ryu might be a reference to the writer. Yeah, and I guess Satoshi is a reference to the actual professional player. And maybe also Satoshi from the game? Maybe just a fun coincidence? His name means Dragon Knight, so I'm pretty sure it's a nickname. Oh. With how much Ryukishi writes about mahjong, I feel like he might be... Do you think he might be a mahjong player? Maybe that's his mahjong nickname. No, I can't find anything looking it up anyway. Or maybe he did. Oh, don't spoil myself looking this up. Scroll up. Definitely he writes a lot about... he writes about a lot of tabletop games and video games, so he's passionate about them. Oh, okay, I see. So, could be that was one of his like mahjong nicknames, which would be kind of funny. I like that idea. Let's just have that as our headcanon, shall we?
というわけで、総合トップは私でよろしいですね。
Well then, is it alright if I'm declared the overall winner then?
へいへいへい。
Yeah.
乾杯でございますよ。
We totally lost. Yeah, we're not going to dirty, scummy places.
うん
負けた負けた。
I lost.
久しぶりに大負けだ。
It's been a while since I lost this big.
しかし打ってる時の坊主気合入ってたな。
Still, when you were playing, boy, you were pretty into it.
結構怖かったぜ。
It was kind of scary.
よく言われます。
I hear that a lot.
自分ではそんなに目つき変えてるつもりはないんですがね。
I don't mean to change gears like that, though. It's like he's possessed, guys. In actuality, Akasaka is just Oyashiro-sama.
そんなに怖い目になってましたか？
Did I really look that scary? The three of us nodded empathetically in agreement. So that was Akasaka-kun, the mahjong prodigy. Before he goes home from his assignment, maybe I could have him go play at high-stakes table in my place. But it's not good to get greedy.
じゃあ仕方ないや。
Well then, nothing for it.
約束です。
It was a promise.
夜の学習会はこれでお開きにしましょう。
We'll break up our little late-night study group right now.
申し訳ありませんね、おやすさん。
Sorry about this, old man.
今夜はこれでお開きです。
That's it for tonight.
しゃあねえな。
Nothing you could do.
消えて寝るわ。
I'm going home to sleep. Oh yeah, that's way better. There's no wife waiting for him. His life started the minute he stopped at Hinamizawa. kind of.
体力つけんと体が持たん。
That's a pretty good backstory. I will accept that. My body won't last like
お
this.
仕事が大変なんですか？
Problems at work?
ああ、おやすさんはひなみ沢ダムの第一校区の監督さんなんです。
Excuse me? Oh, he's the foreman of the primary construction site at the Hinamizawa Dam? What? Why? Why would you? Why would you have me spend the night playing mahjong with this guy when there's potentially people from Hinamizawa seeing me play with this guy? Why would you do that? You have to wonder that if Oishi can play if he can play games like this, how? But also turn on a dime and do torture and the likes to reach some goals of his. He likes to make himself look like a silly little goober, but he's really not. He's a strange man that is kind of scary and kind of reckless at times. Talk about not ending well. Also, this isn't this the guy that gets this? Oh, you might be right. Yeah, wasn't it the foreman of the construction site thingy project thingy? I think you're right. I think that was the guy that gets dismembered. He's whimsical. He looks like a blues player. Yeah, unfortunately, he kind of does. I don't know if his personality matches that, though. Oh, thank you for the hat pad, and also welcome, Art. Hello. Hope you're doing good today. But yeah, well, I would love to stop where we have some music, but I will take a quick little 3-minute break. Wait, let me read this little line and see if we can get some music afterwards, even if it's creepy music. Oh, he's the foreman of the primary construction site at the Hinamizawa Dam.
住民とは連日小競り合いをしてますからね。
He's butting heads with the residents every day.
しんどい商売ですよ。
It's a rough business.
来年あたり
Never
第二
mind.
コークも任されちまうかもしれねえな。
I don't think we're getting any music. So enjoy the silence, the 3-minute silence, I suppose. Because I can't whip up music that fast, unfortunately. Or wait, can I? You know what? I'm gonna give you the Higurashi opening in a loop. Because why not? Because it's a good song. And for everyone that hasn't watched the anime but would like to listen to the opening song, you will get to listen to it now. Let me unmute. There you go. Okay, I'll be right back. Rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, and I'll be right back. Yippee! I'm back. I ate some hanuta. I don't know why every time I eat something during breaks, I feel like I always eat some kind of wafer, little snack, and it's always really, really good. Hope you enjoyed the opening. I just realized I guess I could have not had it loop, but show you the full song. But it's okay. It's alright. I think this is probably one of my favorite anime openings ever. It's really good. And when I heard it for the first time in quite a few years, I was so happy to listen to it again because it's such a good song and it brings back so many memories. Not of the lore, but from the anime visuals, which are just so good. Once more, I can only say that I really look forward to watching this again. But for now, let's learn how we messed up our life by playing mahjong with a guy responsible, or not responsible, I guess, but in one of the leading positions for the damn project. Around next year, I might be in charge of the second side as well.
黒田さん、血圧上がりまくりって聞いたしよ。
I heard that Kuroda-san was pissing blood. Who is Kuroda?
身が持たねえや。
Or the guy in charge of the second site? He won't hold out much longer.
おやっさんなら大丈夫でしょ
You'll be alright, old
う。
man.
あなた、見た目よりも面の皮厚めですしね。
Your skull is thicker than it looks. I don't think he's gonna be that alright.
俺だって仏じゃねえからな。
I'm not exactly a saint, you know?
腹渡にくり返る時あるぞ。
There's times that just make my blood
特
boil.
にその先のあの小娘は我慢がならん。
I especially can't stand dealing with that bratty daughter of Sonozaki's. Now, which one does he mean? Mion?
あいつの顔面、いつか簡単には治らんくらいに歪ませたろって思ってる。
I feel like they both have the potential to be super bratty. And also, isn't this around the age where they were constantly swapping identities, kind of? So, could be either of them really to kind of cause trouble. Probably Mion. Wouldn't you think that Mion is too busy helping out Oreo and stuff? I know how she's involved in the conflict. I don't know. At a younger age, she might have been or might have felt more connected. Maybe she was more indoctrinated at the age that she is at now? I'm not sure. Also, welcome. Aki, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Maybe the mom, maybe the granny, maybe the minion Sonozaki, but it's weird if a grown man was beefing with baby Mion. Oh, no, but it wasn't it specifically stated that Mion got into like fights with people? So I wouldn't be surprised if she actually fought with some grown men. Could be I don't think it's granny because he specifically says daughter. Could be their mother, but I think she's out of the picture already by this time. So I would assume that it's either of the two girlies. Was she still in the same household though? That's a good question. I'm not sure when they got separated. She got into fights with the police and stuff. Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't be surprised if she also got into fights with this random guy.
まあまあまあ。
Now.
でも給料はいいんでしょ
At least the pay is good, right?
かなり破格の給金だって聞きましたよ。
I heard the wages were pretty exorbitant. I mean, they have to be to take on this kind of a risk.
おっとりめえだ。
Of course they are.
あんなに世知がれえ職場で給料が安かったら誰も残らんよ。
If the pay was cheap, nobody would hang around that god-awful job. In the end, it's all about money. And the livelihoods of people are just disregarded like that.
あ、クラウド。警察はいつになったら村の人間全部追っ払ってくれるんだ。
Hey, Kurado, exactly when are the police going to tell all the villagers to shove off?
国から立ち退き命令とか出てるんだろ？
There'll be a notice of eviction from the government, right?
ねえ、どうなってるんでしょうね。
Maybe? I wonder what will happen. The old man, who identified himself as the foreman of the Hinamizawa Dam, spewed a few complaints until he felt better about it, then left quietly.
じゃ、行きましょう。
Well, that's awkward. Well then, let's go. I just like how vague he is. He's like, oh, I don't know,
あ
maybe.
とは佐藤さんに任せますかね。
I leave the rest to Sato-san.
大石さんは帰られるんですか？
Oishi-san, are you going home? You're gonna leave me alone with this guy I barely know?
私が一緒でもお邪魔しちゃうだけでしょ。
If I'm here, I'll just be in the way, won't I?
それに佐藤さんの仕事を買ったのはあなたです。
Besides, the one who bought Sato-san's services was you. He's gonna ask me about it later anyway, so don't play dumb. Where she highly doubts about the eviction notice, that guy can eat dirt. He'll probably do so anyway. Yeah, you're right about that.
私は対価を払ってませんからね。
I didn't pay for my share. Oishi-san was kinda sketchy, but he was strangely conscientious about some things. I felt quite a bit of a gap between myself and Oishi's generation from that part of him I didn't comprehend.
じゃあ坊主。
Then, boy...
いや、ジャンシ様にもう坊主なんて言えねえな。
No, I can't call Mr. Mahjong here boy no more.
赤坂くんでよかったっけ？
Is Akasaka-kun alright with you?
はい。
Yeah.
じゃあ赤坂くん、
Then, Akasaka-kun,
行こうか。
shall we go? I don't know if I trust this guy.
では赤坂さん、
Well then, Akasaka-san,
また。
later.
何か困ったことがあったらいつでも頼りに来てくださいね。
If you're having any trouble, you can count on me anytime.
大石さんにお支払いできるような対価はもう持ってませんよ。
I don't have any more money to pay you, you know that.
んじゃ、今度の勝負で少し手加減してもらえたらチャラにしますよ。
Okay, if you go easy on me the next time, we'll be even. During Mahjong? What do you mean? I'm not the one bullying you. Oishi, seemingly not having had his fill of playing around, but without overstaying his welcome, disappeared into the night. Well, I wonder what we'll talk to Sato about. Oh no. It's never good when we're in a car. The informant named Sato-san had me get into his car before he set off. You think he also blasts the AC? He favored narrow roads and made numerous short left turns.
左折法による尾行確認ですか？
Checking if we're being followed?
詳しいな。
Yeah, you know a lot about this. It's almost like I work with the police. Checking to see if you were being tailed by making left turns was a rather classic technique. If it was just a singular pursuer, you could confirm it that way. But if you were being tailed as a team, this archaic method wouldn't let you shake them. Of course, doing it anyway was better than not.
赤坂くんが何者かは旦那から何も聞いてないんだが。
Something tells me they might get ambushed. Oh my gosh. I really hope not. I don't know. I feel like something will happen, but I don't know if they'll get ambushed. Maybe he doesn't have AC. He must. He must have AC. He's one of Oishi's, I was gonna say accomplices. That kind of fits, so we'll go with that. So he must have air conditioning. Otherwise, is he truly a character with a car in Higurashi? The only person... Actually, I don't know. Did Iria's car have air conditioning? It It's such a silly thing, so I didn't pay attention to it, but I feel like it might not have had air conditioning. I didn't hear anything from the boss as to who you are, Akasaka-kun. The boss being Oishi?
やっぱり警察関係かい？
Related to the police?
尾行確認に詳しいなんて、あとは探偵者くらいしか思いつかねえね。
If you're familiar with checking for being tailed, the only other possibility I can think of is something like a private detective.
言わなければならないものでないなら拒否したい質問ですね。
Keeping it classy, keeping it classy. These are the real Higurashi conversations. Who has air conditioning? Well, we need the air conditioning to have the real Higurashi conversations. It's not a deep and meaningful Higurashi lore conversation if there's no air conditioning, right? I don't know, something doesn't feel right without the air conditioning. If it's not something I have to say, I'd like to refuse to answer that question.
やれやれ。
My.
麻雀やってからすっかり雰囲気が大人びちまったな。
Ever since we played Mahjong, you seem a lot more mature.
会った時のあのおどおどしたあんたはどこ行っちゃったんだよ。
I wonder where that hesitant person went from when we first met. Maybe every time he is supposed to interact with other people, we should have him play a couple of rounds of Mahjong first so he can warm up his confidence. I smiled wryly. Looking back now, I had to be a little grateful for being made to play Mahjong. Thanks to that, I was able to relieve some tension. Eventually, Sato-san, confirming that there were no cars following us, slipped outside the city. We were on a pitch-black country road, unable to see anything besides the lights outside. I don't know if I feel safe with that. The only things I was able to hear were the hum of the car's air conditioning and the chirping of insects and frogs.
旦那からひなみ沢村については多少のことは聞いてんだろ？
I heard from the boss that you want to hear a bit about Hinamizawa village, yeah?
御三家という旧家による支配や現在は園崎家が一党独裁をしているとかそういう話ですか？
Let's go, air conditioning. You know, Omori also has this one specific line that has a chance of appearing in, I think, the next area that we're gonna go into, or one of the next ones anyway, where one of the characters says, I fucking love air conditioning. There's a small percentage of a chance that you get that specific line, so I love that air conditioning seems to be a common meme across multiple games. Higurashi reference. It's just an Oishi reference. Oishi is everywhere. Oishi is life. Like about the old houses known as the three families who control the place, or is that right now... Or that right now it's pretty much the Sonozaki family running things.
そこまで知ってるならくだらない前置きは省略していいな。
If you know that much already, I'll cut out the introductions. Just yesterday, we met his cousin, Detective Onishi. Yeah, that's true. There's also Detective Onishi, of course. You bet your ass he also has air conditioning in his car.
ではお願いします。
Then, if you would...
犬飼大臣の孫の誘拐に鬼ヶ淵死守同盟が関与しているか否かを。
He's just getting straight to the point. Can you confirm or deny if the Onigafuchi Guardians is involved with the kidnapping of Minister Inukai's grandson? Kato-san checked the rearview mirror one more time to confirm there wasn't anybody behind us before speaking. I mean, okay, just hypothetically speaking, if there was someone following us, why would that stop him from talking? It's not like they can hear us in the car.
昨夜園崎本家で親族会議が開かれたそうだ。
Last night, the Sonozaki main house held a family council. Okay.
親族会議ってのは旦那から聞いてるか？
Did you hear about it from the boss?
いえ、
No.
普通に親族会議って言ったらまあ親戚が集まってお茶でも飲むようなもんだよな。
I wonder if Sato works with Oishi, since he calls him boss? If it was a normal meeting, then it would just be all the relatives coming together over a nice cup of tea or something.
だが園崎本家の親族会議っていうのはそんなのんびりしたものとはわけが違う。
But a family council held by the main house isn't quite so relaxed. I mean, I'm sure they had tea, but not over friendly conversations, I suppose. A family council held by the Sonozaki main house. That would be a meeting between those who truly controlled Hinamizawa village. They wouldn't be talking about private family matters. It would be about the village as a whole. About organizing activities against the dam project. Among other things, everything would be decided there. In reality, they were deciding the fate of the village. I wonder if they're gonna find the Inukai son's ear as they were talking about, you know, chopping one off to pressure Minister Inukai further into giving up the project. Although it seemed like things were going in the right direction, so they might still wait it out. In reality, they were deciding the fate of the village. At the head of the meeting was Oryo Sonozaki, more or less called Empress Sonozaki. As the ultimate decision maker of the clan, she was to be feared and respected. Infirm with old age, she was often unable to stand on her own, but her words carried enough weight to sway the fate of the village. It seemed that lately she had grown weak, and on days where she wasn't feeling well, remained bedridden. Family councils that occurred while she wasn't feeling well took place with her on the floor. That must be a little awkward, but I guess if it works. In the middle of a dignified Japanese-style room, still in a futon, only the upper half of her body sitting upright, a stern look on her face. That was Oryo Sonozaki. Okay, I was gonna ask why Mion is almost as tall as her, but if she's like sitting on the floor, that would make sense. I think we checked last time, there was no sprite for Oryo, and then we only have angry adult Mion. Sitting next to her was her heir, Mion Sonozaki. She was still young. No, young wasn't quite the right word. She was a girl who remained childish. Her role was to merely sit beside Oryo Sonozaki, sometimes responding to her requests. However, she was the only one deemed worthy to succeed Oryo. Baby Mignon, we love her. I'm just so happy with the way that she was drawn here. It's so cute. I can't get over it. Maybe she's just a short old lady. True, could be that. I feel like older people just get shorter as they age because, of course, they start to, you know, hunch over a bit when they walk. Oryo Sonozaki, that's my favorite character. Do you know Oryo Sonozaki? She's almost black and white in this specific image too, so it almost fits. She had the same hawkish eyes, enough to give pause to anybody who so much as looked at them. Much was expected of her in the future, this granddaughter of the Sonozaki's leader. And also, on either side of her, sat several other important members of the remaining three families, the Kimiyoshi family and the Furude family. For some reason, I didn't expect the other family member, or like members from the other families rather, to also attend the Sonozaki family council. Why his head so big compared to his body? Her, but yeah, not sure. Baby. Oreo and my wait, how would I say the name then? Oreo Oreo? I'm not sure. I'm gonna say Oreo. I'm gonna just keep saying that, even if it sounds like Oreo. Sean's not even mentioned right now. I mean, I'm still convinced that they would have swapped places every now and then. Can you imagine Mion being super serious at that age? We know how she is. I don't know if she has the mental capacity to remain calm. Head full of moss. Why moss specifically? Don't worry about it. It's okay. I will remember that. I will remember that. Don't worry about it. Demon soup. Mmm. And canned meat. I meant the old person. Yeah, that's also Granny Oreo. God, I forgot how creepy this guy looks. First on the list for the Kimiyoshi family was, of course, the mayor of Hinamizawa village, Kichiro Kimiyoshi. And lined up beside him were several more of his direct relatives. Opposite to them sat the other of the three families, the Furude family. Of course, she would be there. I completely forgot about her. She has that, you know, that expression that could mean that she's currently in a possessed state, yeah? The Furude family was only comprised of the family of a Shinto priest, so the only ones sitting there were said priest, his wife, and their daughter, Rika. Rika was doted on by many of the older folks in the village, and it seemed that Oreo was no exception. Man, now I can't unhear myself saying Oreo. God damn it. Well, the stress from just attending a family council was said to be enough to shorten your lifespan by 3 days. Funny how they mentioned 3 days specifically. It seemed like Rika was the only one exempt from that. No matter how charged the atmosphere was around her, she paid it no mind, instead humming along as she doodled in a sketchbook. I mean, I guess Rika doesn't need to be possessed by Oyashiro-sama at this exact point in time, because if this event keeps replaying, that would mean she has heard it all before. In fact, the night before, lying on her stomach while humming and doodling, she nonchalantly tucked her legs into Oreo's futon like it was a kotatsu. I can see that. I can absolutely see that. She probably pats Oreo on the head and says, kawaiso, while she sticks her legs into the futon too. Oh no. This is a nice mental image that I have now. All this was the three families. And all around the room, lined row upon row, were relatives of the Sonozaki family. The only ones who were afforded cushions to sit on were direct relatives. The others were left to sit in the seiza position directly on the tatami mats. Is that the position where you sit on your legs, basically? And let me just look it up. Yep, pretty much. It's the one where you just sit on your legs. With Empress Sonozaki enshrined at their center, they were almost like a giant snake coiled around the room. Well, at least it's not some... Wait, what did she have as a tattoo? They said it was a demon, right? Wait, don't I still have the opening for Higurashi open? I think they show the tattoo there. I think it was a demon. Oh god, that's so loud. That was also the wrong one. Hold on. I need to confirm just real quick. I'm not sure anymore. I think it was a demon. But when I look at it like this, I'm not sure what to make of this. I wouldn't say this particularly looks like a demon. You know what I mean? Actually, you can't see my mouse. This. Right over here. It more so looks like a dragon. Definitely doesn't look like a snake, though. I don't think there's a better angle that we get for this. Nope. Nope. But yeah, I think it was a demon. Demon tattoo. It was decided that everybody would sit in order of their rank. The number of people from the Sonozaki family was overwhelming. The fact that the Sonozaki family held so many seats at a meeting where everything pertained to the village was decided made determining where the balance of power was held in the three families as clear as day. The number of members in attendance from each of the families directly reflected how much influence they had in ruling Hinamizawa. Yeah, it must be kind of crushing to go there with your wife and daughter and realize that you don't really have much of an impact on what gets decided.
その会議で何が話されたんですか？
What was talked about at that meeting? And how does he know? Sato-san, after remaining silent for a while, quietly began to speak. So either he's like a part of one of the families or part of the family council for some reason and is, deciding to rat them out, or he spies on them? I think the demon tattoo is kept ambiguous about how it looks. That's a shame. I would really like to properly see it. I wonder if the manga has a clearer picture of it. I would like to see that. Sato-san, after remaining silent for a while, quietly began to speak. Oh my god, I thought we were gonna get hit with the demon eyes again. I was really holding my breath there for a second. Wasn't there a monetary gift of appreciation to the media a little large? Breaking the long moment of silence was the head of the Kimiyoshi family, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. The Onigafuchi Guardians wasn't a business. They were nothing more than a private organization pushing for the cancellation of the Hinamizawa Dam project with no reliable source of income. Fundraising had always been a problem. Interesting, because the Sonozaki family has a buttload of money, I assume. When they first started operating, they had managed to collect a sizable amounts of funds through donations. But as the conflict dragged on, that amount was steadily declining. This isn't an era where you can get what you want just by throwing rocks. It's very important you don't underestimate the power of the media, and we want to borrow some of that down the road. Give me a sec. I want to confirm something. Maybe I can confirm it. Wait.
Yeah. ジャンシ様にもう坊主なんて言えねえな。赤坂くんでよかったっけ?
I'm not gonna lie. Sato, you know who he sounds like? I said that the old man sounds like the guys who might have kidnapped Inukai, or the kid. But thinking about it, Sato having this information could be one of the guys?
じゃあ赤坂くん行こうか。
I feel like we should listen to one of the tips again to see if if the voice sounds familiar. The expressions of the people related to the Sonozaki family were sullen, as the one who suggested that they should borrow that power was the family head Oryo Sonozaki. The battle wasn't just about force of arms. But then again, I just thought about it. He would be incriminating himself if he gave enough hints about him being, part of the kidnapping. So, I don't know. In this civilized age, there were civilized methods of fighting. Oryo suggested that creating a strategy incorporating the mass media. Oryo's foresight was spot on, and the effects of that plan, while at first unclear, slowly began to manifest. If the physical confrontation at the construction site was meant to delay progress on the dam by even one day, then the propaganda war using the media was aimed at attacking the dam project itself. At first, there were those who had doubts about that strategy, but there was nobody now who called those results into question. But in order to maintain those media ties, a colossal amount of money was required. As long as the amount of funds they had was abundant, things would turn out fine. It couldn't be argued that it was a massive expense, but the results spoke for themselves. Oops. With the conflict continuing to drag on, the circumstances had changed. Yeah, I would assume that you would need a lot of money to keep the media coverage going for multiple years. The head of the Sonozaki family, no, the one who sat at the pinnacle of the Hinamizawa's 3 families, Oryo, had suggested the idea herself, so it was already untouchable and continued to be allowed to drain from the budget. Nobody acknowledged that it should be so allowed, but nobody could say anything. That was the price of dealing with the mass media. What do you think, Oryo-san? I guess that makes it a little bit less Oreo sounding. Oryo? The only person who could object to a plan proposed by the head of the Sonozaki household herself was probably Mayor Kimiyoshi. Oryo, with a hard-to-define expression on her face as if she had severed herself from the fetters of mortal emotion, simply listened quietly to Kimiyoshi's words. But really, it was hard to tell if she was quietly listening or didn't even have the intention of listening at all. Last year, we went through a lot of trouble getting people to wrap their heads around the price hike on the bulletins we were putting out. We convinced them it was just one time. It just wouldn't do if we had another one this year. Right, Furude-san? The mayor looked to the priest and his wife from the Furude family for affirmation. Oh, I really wish we would have gotten sprites. That would have been so cool. The priest gave a vague expression, avoiding a prompt response. But his wife gave her answer without a second thought. That's right. The cost of the bulletins are a particularly harsh burden for the poorer families. Everybody is dealing with it for the sake of the village, but it's best we don't increase the prices anymore. The bulletin was, as its name implied, a bulletin published by the Onigafuchi Guardians. It outlined the Alliance's activities, ideals, and resolve, but you couldn't deny the contents were rather piecemeal? I have to look that up. Characterized by unsystematic partial measures taken over a period of time. Okay. That bulletin's main goal wasn't to inform people, but rather it was something to sell to businesses and people living in the village or connected to it, and using those sales to collect funds. In other words, it had become something of a tax. It's the Sonozaki family, or no, the Onigafuchi Guardians tax. Of course, it didn't have to be said that this was one of the main sources of income for the Onigafuchi Guardians. Originally, purchase was supposed to be voluntary, but in Hinamizawa, it had simply silently become the opposite. In the neighboring towns as well, it seemed that many businesses were buying copies just to avoid butting heads with the Alliance. I mean, that's what fear will do to you. You will just comply with whatever they are doing or expecting of you because you don't want to start a fight with these people. You know how dangerous they are. The priest whispered to his wife not to say anything unnecessary, but was struck down decidedly with a cold glare. Cowering from that glare, the priest shut his mouth. It's kind of interesting to see, like, in this day and age that the wife seems to be the one to, kind of have the upper hand. The priest's wife always held the power in their relationship. That was because she was the one who carried the Furude bloodline. Oh. Oh. I wonder if she was okay with him hitting Rika, since he wasn't technically, you know, of the Furude bloodline. So hitting a child from the Furude bloodline is kind of... I don't know. I would assume that that didn't, you know, that wasn't to her liking. But then again, I don't know. The priest merely married into the family. He was nothing more than somebody who adopted the name just to join the three families. Yeah, this makes me think even more so that the wife would not have been okay with him hitting Rika. Maybe she didn't know. Maybe that was his way of letting out his frustration. I mean, I know that, you know, he thought she did something horrible and needed to be punished for that, but even so... Firstborn daughter for 8 generations, right? Yes. Exactly. That too, you know, being the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, which he should have known. It's just so wild to me that he would do that. He should have been able to find a spot fairly high up in the hierarchy of things, but the lack of authority in his voice meant that he still had not gained any favor. Casting a backwards glance at her rather disparate parents, Rika continued to doodle whimsically without paying them any mind, signaled by a look from Oryo. Oryo? I forgot how they said her name again. Oryo? Oryo? Mion brought her ear closer to her grandmother. Something was said to her in a quiet voice. After responding with a couple questions, with a nod from Oryo, Mion looked around the room and conveyed her grandmother's words. There will be no freeze on the price increase for the bulletin. Kimiyoshi made a face like he had just bit into something unpleasant, but that expression quickly disappeared like it had never happened at all. I mean, there's really nothing that they can do. They can't just say no, because if they do, well, that's the end of that family line. But Mian-chan... I think you already know this, but the cost of the bulletin is by no means easily affordable. It's a burden carried by everybody in Hinamizawa. If we make people carry too much of that burden, it's possible we'll collapse from the inside. I mean, yeah, but the thing is that they can pressure the rest of the population of Hinamizawa into supporting this regardless, because it's not like they have a choice. It's either you contribute and you do your best to help out, or you lose your home or your life. And who on the inside would start that collapse? Who? I didn't mean it like that. I'm asking who would be the first to buckle. Well, I guess this is where the hatred for people who were not invested enough starts. Being cross-examined by a girl who still had fragments of childishness remaining within her, the words stuck in Kimiyoshi's throat as he sunk into silence. Mion repeated her question once more, looking around the crowded room. Everybody refrained making eye contact to avoid being pierced by her gaze. The words she had spoken were arguably said in proxy for Oryo. That's why when Mion spoke them, they carried the same weight. But the look in her eyes was different. Sadako's parents, perhaps? I mean, yeah, we know that they were pro-dam project, so yeah. But I don't think they were influential enough to cause a whole downfall. But I guess that could be the reason why they were taken out almost immediately after. Like Oryos, they had a hawkish gaze, strong enough that anybody looking upon them would freeze in their tracks and yield. But that gaze was without question one that belonged to Mion herself, as Mion would eventually inherit everything from Oryo. The day when she would stand up as a young and capable leader in her own right would come. Nobody wanted to believe otherwise for even a minute. That's why nobody even thought of Mion as some sort of little kid.
君吉さん、機関士の値上げごときでは誰の決意も崩れませんよ。
Himiyoshi-san, nobody will lose their resolve over something like a price hike on the bulletin. Himiyoshi, while grumbling a little bit, made a gesture as if to say he had no objection.
マスコミ関係への出費は継続とします。
Basically, nothing will change. We'll keep going as, we have been for this entire time.
その出費がさらに圧迫となるようなら、機関士の値上げもやむを得ない。
The expenses related to the mass media will continue. If those expenses become too much, we'll have no choice but to continue the price hikes. Mion had rendered her judgment. Everybody bowed their heads, silently listening to her words.
園崎家当主代行、園崎美音です。
In the name of Mion Sonozaki, as acting head of the Sonozaki
我が
family,
名において以上決定し、決定の効力は即日発行されるものとします。
I hereby declare that all this shall be effective
異
immediately.
議はこれを認めず、抵抗ある場合は実力をもって排除します。
There shall be no objections, and any opposition shall be removed by force? What a lovely community they have, where you cannot say the wrong thing without getting killed. The formal decree was read aloud, indicating her judgment. There would be no retrial, but there was a certain authority behind those words that even a courthouse couldn't compare to. If she was a judge, she would have banged her gavel. What kind of expression is that? Or, oh, no. That's the little hammer that they use, right? Signaling that the matter was settled. Yeah, okay. Girl boss. Oh. Mion pulled out a large bell from inside her clothes and rang it. Everybody present could only prostrate themselves before the harsh sound of the bell. Interesting.
なんとも大時代的な親族会議ですね。
That bell is so eerie. I don't know what to say to that. That kind of took me by surprise. She's only repeating what's been beaten into her by her family. Yep. I mean, I can't imagine what she had to go through to end up like this, right? That bell gave me flashbacks. Well, I don't know what kind of flashbacks it gave you since you know more about the story, but it just instantly reminded me of that extra set of footsteps, and it just, I don't know, it sent a chill down my spine. At this point, I'm glad Shion isn't around their creepy bullshit, yeah. At least one of the girls gets kind of spared, but also not really, because one way or another, she always gets dragged into this whole mess, even though she really wants to stay out of it, which is so sad. In chapter 2, she jumps out a window and dies after, getting tortured by her sister. Or I guess she got pushed out the window by Mion, I suppose, who was dead at the time already. And the third one, she just unfortunately commits suicide, as she is unfortunately connected to people in Hinamizawa. She doesn't have it easy. She somehow always ends up getting dragged into this shit. Not a happy ending. Nope. Not for any of these characters, it seems. Well, that's a rather old-fashioned family council, isn't it?
あんたみたいな若いもんにゃちょっと信じられないだろうけどね。
A young guy like you would probably find it hard to believe.
こういう古い土地にはこんなのが未だ根強く残ってるもんさ。
In an antiquated place like this, these types of things have firm roots. It was exactly as Oishi had said. The old system of the three families had vanished, and now the Sonozaki family was running things by themselves. On top of that, their rule was borderline despotic? Oh my god. I'm learning English. Despotic? Of or typical of a despot? Tyrannical. Totalitarian, authoritarian. Okay, yeah. I get it.
会議はそれで終わりですか？
It really is. You can't deny that. I like that they call it family council meeting, but really it was just, I don't know how to call it. It's like, it was like a political meeting, but, you know, it was kind of like a dictatorship almost. One person basically declaring what is going to happen and no one can say a single word against it. Was that the end of the meeting?
いや、まだ続く。
No, there's more.
先を続けるよ。
I'll continue. Eventually, after the ringing of the bell ceased, there was a deafening silence. Within all of that, a lone man shuffled closer to Mion and whispered something in her ear. Mion asked several questions quietly in response. When she was satisfied, she motioned for the man to leave. The man who talked to Mion was a member of a gang that her father was the leader of. That organization had the entire area of Shishibone City under its control, so it was quite well known even here. Of course, this was talking about the criminal underworld, so it's not like just anybody would know. Yeah, I guess there's some people here that are like super clueless about what's going on right now. Any objections? Yes? Alright, that'll be all. This meeting is over. Yeah. And if there are any objections, come visit me in the secret killing dungeon. But just showing a patch with the gang symbol on it was enough to resolve any disputes in the neighborhood. I was gonna say Mion's again. Oh my god. Mion's biological father, to Oryo, was her daughter's husband. The power of that man's gang was the driving force that controlled the dark underbelly of the Onigafuchi Guardians. Kind of interesting how this guy is in the same position that Rika's father is in. But Rika's father, due to having literally no authority, ends up being only a pawn in all of this, not being able to voice his opinions. While in the Sonozaki family, it's the exact opposite. The guy Orio's daughter married seems to be held in such high regard because of the sheer power he brings into the family. While Orio's daughter, that we don't know the name of, I think, just was disowned by reasons we don't even know. Let's talk about your confusion over an ice can of meat in our dungeon. You know, if your family asks where you're going, just tell them you're going on a nice forever vacation. Yeah, something like that. And so that man, from his position as the next in line to control the three families, continued to coerce everybody around him with his unconventional presence. Mion exchanged a look with her father. Was it okay for her to tell what she just heard directly to Oryo? Interesting. It's kind of like this guy has more power in certain situations than Oryo, having more information than she does, and having to be asked for approval for certain things to be shared with her. Her father gently but firmly nodded his response. Mion also nodded, then sidled up to Oryo and informed her of something. Eventually, Mion finished conveying her message, separated herself from Oryo, and fixed her posture. Posture check. Waiting for Oryo to signal her response. It wasn't often that Oryo showed any emotion. That's why, when she started to laugh quietly, a vague sense of uneasiness crept over everybody in the room. Okay.
そら、難儀なこともあったものよの。
That's quite the conundrum, isn't it? Okay. Oreo was laughing so happily that Kimiyoshi had to hesitantly ask. The guy has balls of steel, man. He's like raising objections, pulling other people into his objections, asking questions he maybe shouldn't ask.
どうしたんだい、お嬢さん。
What is it, Oreo-san?
我らにとって土地が母なら、この度のダムの騒ぎは母の命を脅かされる騒ぎっちゅうことだろうな。
If this land is like a mother to us, then this business with the dam is like somebody threatening our mother's life, isn't it? Kimiyoshi, unable to comprehend the meaning of her words, looked confused. Oreo, with a wide grin on her face, turned towards everybody and addressed them in a Hilarion voice. Oh, clarion meaning, in historical sense, a shrill, narrow-tubed war trumpet, which is interesting, and as a literary meaning, loud and clear. And it has the same example, the clarion trumpeters. So I guess in a very fitting way.
ダムの親玉の大臣がの、孫さらわれちまって、右往左往しとるっちゅう話だ。
Well, this is pretty much 100% confirmation that they are behind this, because this is not known to the public. So the only people who do currently know are the people in Tokyo investigating this, Oishi, and everyone Oishi has told that we don't know about. And, well, the kidnappers, too. The minister behind the dam project is apparently rattled over the kidnapping of his grandson. I mean, understandable.
こんれでおあいこだの。
That makes us even. That's so messed up. That is so messed up. I mean, technically, it's not directly the Sonozaki family or Hinamizawa or the Onigafuchi guardians responsible for this, more so the Yakuza. So Rika knows as well as Mion. Mion for sure. Rika would know because I guess she has lived through this multiple times if we assume that she is kind of experiencing the same events over and over again. But I don't know. I feel like normal human Rika that is not possessed is maybe just too much of a kid to understand. I mean, she must be pretty young.
バカな。
That's absurd. Information on the kidnapping of Minister Inukai's grandson shouldn't have leaked from anywhere. How did they know? She literally said that makes us even. I think you know how they know. Even we didn't know much about the kidnapping incident. Exactly how did an antiquated household so far away from Tokyo come to know of it? Use your brain. It was a tranquil place, but I couldn't help but have an uneasy feeling about Hinamizawa village. At some point, I had mentally filed this place away as unrelated to the incident at hand. After having two people tell you that they are related, okay. That mental paperwork had just blown away in the wind.
どうして鬼ヶ淵主導名が知っているんだ。
How did the Onigafuchi guardians know about that? Sato-san, unable to come up with an answer, fell into silence.
すみません。
I'm sorry.
続きをお願いします。
Please continue.
なあ。
Sure.
犬飼建設大臣のお孫さんがさらわれた。
Well, we will keep reading after the next ad break because there is one in 3 minutes. So, in order not to interrupt this specific conversation, let's interrupt it in a different way and take a quick little break. Does this one ever end? What do you mean by this one? Hello, Start Dash. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Love how the city folk. Oh my god, that's my favorite Animal Crossing. Are like, but they're antiquated. They shouldn't be capable of anything. Yeah, they're like, these are so like these people are old. How could they know about these kinds of things? They couldn't possibly know about city stuff. You've been playing for months? Well, it's a long visual novel. What do you want me to say? We'll probably play for another half a year, so, well, strap in, I guess. Also, thank you for the head pats. Let's take a quick little break for 3 minutes. If you need to rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, or get a snack, feel free to do that. I will be right back. Wait, was I muted? I was muted! Yes, thank you. I said welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good break. Yeah, I was talking about how long we've been taking for the individual arcs. I think so far it's like about a month for each arc, a little over a month. If we can finish this one, let me count. I think we started in September, somewhere around there. So September, October, November, December. We would have to finish the first answer arc in January too, to have like our quota of one per month, but it's okay. So that'll take us at least another, yeah, 4 months at least. The Minister of Construction's grandson was kidnapped. So yeah, I guess only really the Sonozaki family knew about this and not even all of them. Oryo-san, is that true? That major of an incident was nowhere to be seen in the newspapers or on TV. But in Hinamizawa, there was nothing strange about Oryo knowing something that the rest of the world didn't. Our pain is the pain of losing a mother. I don't think it completely makes up for it, but the pain of losing a grandchild. I mean, it's only a metaphorical mother, but okay. You'll have to bear with that for a bit. Don't you think? The last question wasn't addressed to anybody in particular. It was as if she was looking for consensus. She looks really scary with that expression on her face. Still, land and a human child are different things. I don't mind hiding him here, but I want no harm to befall him. Wait, the kid is here? The child isn't to blame. Oh no. If Akasaka knows all of this, there's no way he's leaving. There's no way he's leaving a kid in the hands of these people. Make sure to keep that in mind.
それはつまり鬼ヶ淵死守同盟が誘拐事件に関与しているということ。
That means that the Onigafuchi Guardians were involved with in the kidnapping?
必ずしもそうとは言えねえな。
I can't say for certain.
同志であるお領がこれほどまではっきりと誘拐した孫の処遇について指示を出しているのに。
Why? Even though their leader, Oryo, was clearly giving orders on the treatment of the kidnapped child?
兄さん、これはね。
Lad, you see...
園崎家のいつものことなんだよ。
This is what the Sonozaki family always does.
いつものこと?
Always does?
それはどういう意味です?
What do you mean by that? Let's say there was a particular problem, one that wasn't exactly favorable for the Sonozaki family. If Oryo shows concern over that particular problem, hearing that, somebody who attended the family council would be helpful. As a result, Oryo's wish would be granted. However, neither Oryo or anybody else would know who actually did it. With this kind of clever little ploy, the Sonozaki family was able to manipulate events even though they had their hands laid out on the table. I mean, that's smart.
親族会議に出席していた誰かが犯人ということですか?
That's pretty smart, you know. I wouldn't even be surprised if the one who was the culprit was little Sato over here. I don't think he's just a silly little informant for some reason. Then that means that somebody who was at the family council was the culprit?
あるいはそもそも犯人なんかいない可能性だったらな。
Or there's the possibility that there was never a culprit in the first place.
俺自身、その万座の一同の中に誘拐犯がいるって確信を持ってるわけじゃない。
Oreo herself, in that room full of people, didn't explicitly say that somebody pulled off the kidnapping.
ただ自分の意見を述べただけさ。
She was just giving her opinion. It was an odd and unpleasantly secretive way of doing things. They were involved, or weren't they? I couldn't see beyond the veil. This much, however, I could say with certainty. This kidnapping was an ironclad secret. No matter how high a position somebody was in, even they wouldn't know about it. If there was somebody who would know about it, then they would be connected to public safety. In other words, one of us. This is basically like the crimes they've been committing in Hinamizawa anyway, you know, not really having a culprit, so to say, because there's just so many people that you don't really know who did it. And so leaving everything very ambiguous is the way that they keep getting away with their crimes. The only other options were people connected to the case itself, including the minister. There would be people affected by the incident, or the people that committed it. In any case, there was no way an old household in a place removed from Tokyo by over 6 hours of highway travel should know about it. Them knowing at all was already strange. I mean, you were just told that the Yakuza guy told his daughter something that she then passed on to Oreo. I think it's safe to assume that the Yakuza side of the Sonozaki family is kind of involved, at least. My suspicions began to accumulate, like falling snow.
孫の誘拐についてお涼が述べたのはここまでだ。
That's as much as Oreo said in regards to the kidnapping.
あんたの知りたかったことが含まれてりゃいいんだがな。
Hopefully, what you wanted to find out was in there. I mean, for me, it's pretty much confirmation, but I don't think he will see it that way until he literally hears her, say that they were involved.
あとは兄ちゃんの仕事だな。
After this, it's up to you.
何のお仕事やってるか知らんけど、園崎家を相手にするなら相当の覚悟でやっとけよ。
I don't know what kind of work you're doing, but if you're going up against the Sonozaki family, you'd best prepare yourself. We need to get reinforcements here. Like, we cannot leave Akasaka alone any longer.
大石の旦那は怖いもの知らずだけどな。あれでも2、3回は襲われてる。
Oishi might be fearless, but even he's been attacked 2 or 3 times.
最近は来てないけど、一時はオフの時も防塵ベストを着込んでたんだよな。
He hasn't been wearing it lately, but at one point he was wearing a stab-proof vest while off duty. Oh god, that's actually really scary. I think he probably just laughs it off because, you know, who, or how he is. But I did feel like there was a lot of tension when we were stopped in the car with Oishi before. Like, yeah, there has been some history, I suppose. Oh?
忠告ありがとうございます。
Thanks for the warning.
気
I'll
をつ
be
けることに
careful.
します。
標準語が流暢だよな。
You speak pretty well.
兄さんは東京とかの人？
Are you from Tokyo by any chance?
え？
Huh?
それが何か？
What's your point? Investigators were always close to danger. It was best not to divulge any information on myself, especially since we don't know how this guy got any information himself.
兄さんのお仕事だけどさ。
Your job.
ひょっとして警視庁の公安部の人ってことある？
Could you possibly be somebody from the Metropolitan Public Safety Division? Why do you want to know this? And how do you guess it correctly? I don't like that. I don't like that this guy is finding out more about us. Maybe this whole telling us information about the Sonozaki family was just a ploy to get us to give ourselves up. I couldn't remain silent here. It would be the same thing as admitting it.
え？
Huh?
まさか。
No way. This is the worst lie. You couldn't think of anything better than, huh? No way. And then laughing nervously.
こっから旦那からもらった金の範囲には入らないんだが。
This wasn't accounted for in the money I got from the
兄
boss.
さんとは今日宅を囲んだ仲間だからな。
But as somebody who played at the same table
サ
today,
ービスってことで話してやるよ。
I'll give you this one as freebie. So he has a lot more information that he's just not giving us because he doesn't get enough money, I suppose. Oh, brother, yep, we're in danger.
お寮から誘拐の話が出た後、もう一つ話題が出たんだ。
After Oreo talked about the kidnapping, there was one other topic that came up. Another topic that Oreo brought up? And right before he told me this, Sato-san asked if I was from the Metropolitan Public Safety Division. In other words, what those things meant caused a chill to run up my spine.
そんででな、
So you see,
大臣の孫サラッターノを調べるために
that in order to investigate the kidnapping of the minister's grandson,
東京からはるばる公安の捜査官が派遣されてくるっちゅう話だ。
oh no, we're so done here. We're so done here. In order to investigate the kidnapping of the minister's grandson, there's word that there will be an investigator from public safety dispatched all the way from Tokyo. And, you know, coincidentally, there's this one guy that comes, you know, to visit Hinamizawa, a tourist, a photographer, of course, because why wouldn't he come at a time like this with super suspicious alibis as to, you know, what his background is and what he's doing here? You know, declaring very openly that he's against the methods that these guys use. Yeah. I feel like we're pretty much done here. There's no way we can keep investigating with them suspecting us.
公安の捜査官。
An investigator from public safety?
大臣の孫の誘拐な。うかつにゃ大ごとにできゃんってことで。
They can't be reckless and make a big deal over the
警
kidnapping.
視庁の公安部が独自で調べとるっちゅう話だ。
So it seems the Metropolitan Public Safety Division is investigating this on their own.
はっ、大行なこったの。
Ain't that grand.
どうした？
What is it? Rika, who had been drawing the entire time and was completely uninterested in the conversation up until now, looked at Oreo with an interested face as soon as the topic of public safety came up. Okay.
警視庁が来たのですか？
Did the Metropolitan Police come?
リカちゃまは警視庁も知ってなさるんかい。
Okay, so I'm guessing she's asking in the form of Oyashiro-sama. Oh, so Rika-chama knows about the Metropolitan Police Department?
偉いの。
That's very admirable.
誰が来たのですか？
Who came?
公安のどんなやつが来よったんか。誰ぞわかるやつはおらんかいな。
Is there anybody that knows what kind of guy from public safety came here? Mion's father raised his hand slightly.
新米の若造が一人と聞き及んでおります。
No, they know! They know! Oh, we're so done here. It is so over for us. I hear that it's a nice young piece of fresh meat.
新米？
Fresh meat?
ほかほかなのですか？
Is it nice and tender?
ん？
What a weird way to phrase that whole conversation, but sure.
ええ、はい。
Yeah, it is.
新米とか。
Fresh meat. Oh, please don't put it that way as if you're gonna eat me. Mion's father smiled wryly as he answered Rika's
ほ
question.
かほかのふかふか？
Tender and tasty?
ええ。
Yeah.
ほかほかのふかふか？
Tender and tasty! Rika smiled with interest. Why did Rika suddenly act interested only when it came to this topic? I don't know. That was a question that apparently nobody had the answer to. It seems that Mion's father isn't too shocked about this. Interesting.
リカちゃまはその男のこと何か知っているのかな？
Does Rika-chama know something about this man? Okay, So this whole council, I forgot if they mentioned this. Did this happen before or after we went to visit? I'm guessing before? Because it sounded like I haven't been dispatched to Hinamizawa yet. Like they were expecting me. Maybe that's why I got all the glares from the bus that I got off in Hinamizawa.
しんないのですよ。
I don't know. After her rather flat reply, Rika buried herself underneath Orio's futon again. When she buried herself there, Rika no longer started drawing again. Instead, she was making an expression, like she was deep in contemplation. I wonder what's up with her, like mentioning the tasty and tender meat as though expecting some kind of sacrifice? You know, like human sacrifice for like eating? Which just kind of reiterates the whole Oyashiro-sama reincarnated. Must be when he just arrived, yeah. And that's why they were super suspicious of him right off the bat. They already knew that he was coming.
どうしますか?
What shall we do about him?
お母さん。
Mother. Mion's father posed the question. He had the type of uncouth. Lacking good manners, refinement, or grace. Expression on his face indicating that, given the order, he could snuff the problem out at any time.
はるばるひなみざまで来よった。
He came all the way to Hinamizawa.
しばらくはのんびりさせてやるのもよかろう。
Let him take it easy for a little while.
泳がせろということでしょうか。
So you're saying to just let him go around as he pleases? Mion's father asked in response. Oreo smiled thinly as she responded.
ほっといたれな。
Pronounced uncouth? Thank you, uncouth. Leave him alone.
があんまりおいたが過ぎるようやった。そん時は遠慮せんとな。
But if he starts causing too much mischief, when that happens, don't hold back.
なめられるのはすっきゃせんね。
I don't enjoy being taken lightly. Well, don't hold back is, not great. Sounds like ritualistic killing, but we know that he survives at least 8 years later.
なんて話があったそうだ。
You know, he might also be dead. On meeting up with Oishi. You know, you never know. Is what they talked about, apparently.
まさかあんた、その警視庁の新米じゃないよな。
It couldn't be that you're that fresh meat from the Metropolitan Police, are you? Ha 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 ha.
まさか。
It couldn't be. Oh god, get out. Like now. A sensation of cold, bristling fear began to crawl its way up my back. This family council took place last night. Okay, so yeah, before he arrived, basically. In other words, yesterday. Then today, when I was dressed up as a tourist headed towards Hinamizawa, my cover was already blown. You certainly didn't make it sound very convincing that you weren't indeed the guy from the Metropolitan Police. When I remembered the first person I met when I got off the bus stop, I couldn't breathe. The person at the family council who expressed interest in the man being dispatched from the Metropolitan Police, Rika Furude. And then the person who was waiting for me the whole time in the bus shelter, Rika Furude. It was an unthinkable image. No, it was a delusion. When we met at that bus shelter, the Rika-chan already knew my true identity. Did she know that I was Akasaka, dispatched from the Metropolitan Police Department, and come to meet me? Then, including Mayor Kimiyoshi, every villager that I met, everybody knew, but just pretended not to? I mean, at least Rika gave you a fair warning. She was like, yo, get out, or you'll have a hard time here. Putting it lightly. Doors is also a pretty bad alibi to begin with, absolutely. He couldn't think of anything better, I guess. It's the worst one, by far. Because Oryo had given instructions not to interfere. Thinking about it logically, it didn't seem possible. I met quite a number of people. I mean, who else would you be? So randomly coming over to Hinamizawa, knowing that there is a lot of political issues around this place right now, because it's all over the news, being covered, of course, as they want it to be. Well, who else would come to visit at a time like this except someone who's, you know, going into this fully knowledgeable on what is going on, trying to investigate this. So surprised that they let him near all of those important people, even though they probably suspected him of being the guy from the police. Could say you grew up there or something. That one is still a bit shaky, but it's better. You would have to know some names, and you would, you know, have to know your way around Hinamizawa. I feel like that one's very risky. You could mess up with that one really bad. The tourist one, you can at least, you know, kind of find your way around the lies. That one, you would have to be really knowledgeable on some stuff, I feel. He's in with the police though, so he should have access to some names, fair enough. And also have access to maps and stuff, so he can get familiar with the history of Hinamizawa and stuff. Would have been okay if he did some proper research, but he was dispatched very urgently and yeah. Mayor at least doesn't seem to like trouble. Or particularly, I mean, the one basically being super aggressive towards him in a conversation about him was Mion's dad, which, I mean, he's a Yakuza person, so fair enough. Akasaka's just a bad liar. Yeah, essentially. Not a violent or dangerous person? I don't think so. The Yakuza side, though, not looking good. If there's people that are good at acting, then there's people who are bad at hiding things. If there was that many people, then there should have been somebody among them who knew I was from public safety and couldn't hide their hostility. No, I couldn't think of anyone either. However, I didn't feel any presence like that. I mean, except for Rika, who basically threatened us, or warned us, I guess? But then, even still, why did Oryo tell them to leave me alone? Was it because they were careless about it? It would only raise more suspicion? Or was it because they believed a rookie like me wouldn't be able to find anything? Oh yeah, that expression. Thanks! Akasaka is a coward. I recalled that strange voice which could only make me believe that Rika-chan had been possessed. That unknown entity, no matter how you looked at it, knew my true identity from the get-go. And then, how did it warn me again? That's right. It warned me to hurry up and go back to Tokyo. Instead of the realistic worry that the Onigafuchi guardians had discovered my identity, the absurd worry brought on by the unknown girl stuck with me more. I mean, it's basically just warning you what they discussed about you before, and you know, she can kind of guess that you will probably stick your nose into things that you shouldn't and therefore get yourself hurt. I think Rika said he's a coward, maybe because he did flee go away before he'll die. Oh, I mean, yeah, he certainly didn't die. Or, well, he's not that we know of in the 8 years to the present. So I guess that could make him a coward because it does seem like he did indeed run away. What exactly was that girl? What was the thing I would eventually regret? The curiosity is big. I would want to know what I will come to regret too, but do you really want to find out? Is it worth satisfying the curiosity? I'm not sure. That mysterious girl, Reika Furude. Let's stop this. Everything I was thinking of right now was merely a conjecture. Tomorrow, first thing in the morning, I'll report everything I heard right now to HQ and await further orders. There was no mistaking that the possibility the Onigafuchi Guardians were related to this case was there. I wonder if we'll make it back to our room. And that the fact that my cover was blown meant I was in a precarious position. But as everybody at HQ was already extremely busy, they might not be able to spare the support. Well, okay. Telling them about the Onigafuchi Guardians being probably heavily involved in this means that they definitely want to keep this being investigated. Ergo, they will not send him back home. They will require him to stay there. I doubt that they will be able to send much support as he is saying, so in the end, he is really just screwed. If he wants to get out of this, he will not tell anyone about this and just go back home and be with his wife and kid. So now Akasaka hasn't said anything damning. Yeah, it's still all good, but he needs to get out. And the only way to do that safely, without being forced to stay here because of your job, is to just lie and say that, well, they're not involved. If he tells stuff, that's when he's done for. That? And, well, he'll be stuck here, basically. So it's basically instant death. Is that everything? If you want, I can drop you off wherever you like.
すみません。
Sorry.
では、お会いした元の駅までお願いします。
In that case, the station where we originally met, please. A rural road where even a street light was rare. I couldn't see anything. Thank you so much for the follow, Rick Sager. Thank you. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. His phone connection is obviously being tapped. You think so? I mean, they must have known where he was going to stay for them to tap the phone connection. I wasn't aware of anything but the asphalt that was lit up by the headlights. Outside of that light, was it simply darkness? Or was there something lurking there waiting to strike? I had to think I drew the short straw here. I wanted to go back to Tokyo. For some reason, the voice of the girl warning me to go back to Tokyo still lingered in my head. I mean, what he could do is go back to Tokyo and tell the police department about what he learned here when he's in Tokyo. That way, he still has a chance to, like, get away from everything. Unlikely, but at least there's a possibility of that being the case. Okay, we have... Oh, Mahjong Prodigy. Showed off your skills. And we got a nice little achievement about the Mahjong. Okay, let's look at the tips. Let me save first. More blood. Okay. I wonder if, since these are usually black, okay, I don't have console BGs because the tips themselves have backgrounds, so, but I guess not. Yeah, yesterday when we met at the restaurant in Ginza, that topic popped up.
別室の越見でしょう。連中、公安に干渉しすぎですよ。
Kano. Do we know that name? That's overstepping their boundaries, isn't it? They're meddling too much with public safety.
あまり迎合すると悪い洗礼を残しますね。
If they keep doing that, they're going to set a bad precedent.
犬飼大臣は公安の動きに不快感をあらわにしているらしい。多分 月曜の協議で時間からその旨の話が出るんじゃないかと思う。
It seems that Minister Inukai is openly uncomfortable about the way public safety is doing things. The Vice Minister is probably going to say something to that effect during Monday's debate session.
参ったな。
What can you do?
次回へは局長級に話つけてもらうしかないですよ。給料を多くもらってる人の当然の仕事ってことで。
We can only have the director address the Vice Minister. That's why we pay him the big bucks.
まあそうなると局長からは絶対に大臣脅迫の物証を求められるよな。
Is this back in Tokyo right now? Must be, right? Because they're talking about the stuff that only the people in Tokyo really know about. Well, if it comes to that, they're going to ask him for proof that the minister is being threatened.
あの人、たまにどっちの味方かわかんなくなりますね。うちらの味方しなくてどうすんのっての。
Okay, so they want the police director to kind of bring this to the public, I guess, or to address this to the with the minister, I guess. Sometimes I don't know what side he's on. If he's not on ours, then what?
まあ多分大臣を経由しての圧力だと思ってるけどね。俺が時間室で油汗かいて時間稼ぐ間に調査進めてもらうしかないよな。
Well, he's probably getting some pressure from the minister. We'll probably just have to proceed with the investigation while he sweats it out in the vice minister's office and buys us some time.
全身の汗絞られて絞りかすになっちゃうかもしれないけどな。
He might get so wrung out to dry that all that'll be left are dregs, though.
でどうなの？調査の進行は。
So, how's the investigation going?
期待してた濃厚なラインがことごとく外れて、正直途方に暮れてます。
All the juicy leads I was pinning my hopes on turned out to be duds. Honestly, I'm at a loss.
最近の大臣発言をまとめると、ひなみ沢ダムの計画の話が目立つっていう報告を聞いたけど。
Oh,
それは
okay,
どうなの？
so even without Akasaka mentioning anything about it, it seems that they're getting suspicious about the Hinamizawa Dam project in relation to the Onigafuchi Guardians, in relation to the kidnapping, all on their own. So maybe if we're lucky, he won't have to tell them. But even then, they'll assume that he did. So I don't know how this is gonna work out either way. There are reports that the Hinamizawa Dam project has been showing up a lot lately in the minister's press releases. So what about that?
目立つっていうか、本当に微細な程度の違和感ですね。
Well, you say showing up, but it's really more of a very slight feeling that something's strange. Shouldn't that be enough of a hint that you should investigate this further? I mean, this guy is trying to keep it a secret, so there only being a slight feeling that something is strange is, probably intended?
たまたま県議連でのスピーチだったから、時事ネタを話しただけかもしれないし。
He just happened to mention it during his speech at the XX Prefectural Forum, so it might have just been something that he was mentioning because it was relevant at the time, but he also went off script for it.
確か地元団体が過激に抵抗してるってやつだっけ？鬼ヶ淵死守同盟。
If I remember correctly, a local organization there was protesting quite violently, no? The Onigafuchi Guardians.
確か赤坂君に調べてもらってたよね。
I think Akasaka-kun was investigating that.
僕は連中には今回の事件は起こせないと踏んでいます。ですが、疑わしいところのほとんどが真っ白な以上、疑いの枠から外すわけにはいかないかもですね。
I think those guys could possibly be behind what's happening now. Even if we can't say there's anything overtly suspicious about them, it might not be prudent to remove them from the picture. Okay, so they're already thinking of taking measures against them.
赤坂君からはその可能性は否定できないとの軽い報告は受けています。
Akasaka-kun reported in passing that he couldn't deny that possibility.
なら調べてみる価値はあるんじゃないの？しらみつぶしなんだから、残る疑わしい団体がそこ一つならやるしかないでしょ。
I wonder how much we can say before Oreo decides that we have done enough digging around and that we should have some measures taken against us. Then isn't there merit in investigating them? We're going through everything with a fine-tooth comb, so if they're one of the suspicious groups that are left, we'll eventually have to.
ま、調べる団体はそこだけじゃないんですがね。
Well, they're not the only group we should investigate, right?
鬼ヶ淵と同じ程度のレベルで疑わしい団体になると、もう相当の数になりますよ。
If we're just talking about groups that are as suspicious as Onigafuchi, there's quite a few of them.
人手も時間も残業代も全然足りません。
I don't think you know enough about them to really compare other organizations to these guys. We don't have the men, the time, or the money for it all.
赤坂君からさ、もうちょっと詳しく聞いてみてよ。俺はちょっと要注意に感じるけどな、その死守同盟。
I'll try asking for more details from Akasaka-kun. I feel like we should pay some extra attention to this Guardians.
彼、村人とうまく接触できたって連絡してきました。現地の警察とも連携できてるみたいですね。
Oh, so we did tell him about the whole deal with Oishi, perhaps? I mean, we'd have to explain how we basically gave away all of our money for an informant, so I guess that makes sense. He's reported that he's established a rapport with the villagers. It also seems that he's collaborating with the local police.
赤坂君との連絡密にしてください。それで彼からの情報が引っかかるようであれば、増援を送ることもありということで。
Oh, okay. Keep your contact with Akasaka-kun on the down low. Also, if there's anything in his info that merits investigation, it's possible we can send reinforcements. So they are capable of sending me some support. That's good at least.
わかりました。
Got it.
あ、すいません、片岡市長。局長からお電話です。
The thing is, now that he seems to think that he won't be able to get some support from them, maybe he won't tell them at all? Sorry, Chief Kataoka, there's a phone call from the director.
こっちに回しますか。
Should I transfer it over here?
ああ、いい、そっち行きます。
I wonder why they call him Chief if he's called Chief Kataoka. No, it's okay. I'll head over there.
もしもし。
Yes, hello? Guess we won't get to listen to that part of the conversation. Fair enough. That was the investigation runs aground. Next up, what's in the box? What box? Okay, we got another cryptic one. Okay. Do you believe there are choices in life? There are many people who lament the following. If there only existed points in life where there were clear choices to make, we would be able to scrutinize those carefully and make decisions that would lead us to a better future. Talking about decisions, choices, and stuff like that, they did say that this chapter we would be able to make decisions, but they haven't given us a single one. I wonder if those will truly make an impact on the ending of the story, or if it will be a little silly thing that they do where it's like, oh, you know, no matter what you choose, you'll get the same ending, because choices don't really matter in the end. Every time I hear people lament as such, I cast it off as rather a trivial worry. Even if you were given a clear choice, it wouldn't be meaningful at all, and there wouldn't be any such path to a better future. Is this hard to understand? Then let's pretend that in front of you there are two strange boxes. In other words, you have two clear choices. Let me just... Oh, is this just flipped? Oh wait, wrong one. It's... Isn't it just flipped? Am I going crazy? Oh, perhaps it's not flipped. But it's definitely the same image, just different. In other words, you have two clear choices. Do you open the red box or the blue box? A lot of things would be uncertain even with that choice, wouldn't they? If you don't have the option of opening neither, then your choice boils down to the natural impulse of opening the box that holds the better result for you. Then, after examining the shape of, and features of each and pondering a great many things, you have to pick either the red or the blue. If this was you, which box would you open? Red or blue? I personally would probably choose red because red is one of my favorite colors, but that's just me. That's a contradiction? Wait, what is? What is? I love red, same. Such a good color, good taste. If you were to go by their traditional meanings, then red would be a dangerous, threatening color. The same but different? Wait, did they say that? Did I say that? You said that. Okay. I don't know why I said that. The same but different. Okay. I guess I contradicted myself. I don't know what I said anymore. But okay. However, that doesn't automatically mean that I would be calm and relaxing inside the blue box either. That's like we're going to sit inside the blue box. Who are we? Omori? In fact, it might even be that the colors are a trap, making you wary of the red box and have you open the blue. Trap? Could it be the contents of the box aren't a reward, but rather a penalty? See, now you're at a loss. You're so conflicted over the choice between red and blue that you started wishing there was an option to open neither and just leave. Or open both? But there isn't. You have to open either the red box or the blue. Oh, I forgot to say this, but if you choose one box, the other will disappear. Okay. So you'll never know the contents of the box you don't open. I'll just put that rule at the end there for you. Now, why don't you choose? The red box or the blue box? It's alright, you won't lose anything by picking either one. Come on now. Oh my god, we get a choice! And it's the bell chime. Okay. Didn't they say they would highlight the correct choice? I guess if they say that there is no correct choice, that means that no matter what we pick here, it doesn't really matter. But I'm gonna save anyway. Wait! I can't save! That is scummy. That is scummy. You know that's scummy. I can't save! No! No, this doesn't work. Well, I did say red was my favorite color, so... Have you thought about it? In the end, you chose this color, didn't you? As soon as you chose, the other box disappeared. So you can give up on the contents of that one, okay? That's the rule. No open up the box you chose. Inside the box there was a piece of caramel. I know you're a little disappointed. To be honest, I'm glad that it wasn't something that kills me. Ryukishin. How dare he? I should have saved before. Maybe you can't save at all during this specific tip. Didn't I save after? You know what we're gonna do? After we're done with the tips, we're gonna go back, just to see. I know you're a little disappointed. Well, that's only natural. No matter how you look at it, it looks like you drew the dud. The correct box might have had a bar of chocolate in it for all you know. No, in fact, something incredible, like a pair of tickets to Hawaii might have been in there. That would indeed be incredible. But even if you wanted to verify that, the other box has already disappeared. There's no way you can check now. I wonder if he'll even let us go back. But if you think about it from an optimistic point of view, just maybe, the other box was empty and this box was the winner. And being satisfied, or perhaps not, with such a cheap price, you pop it into your mouth and start chewing it happily. So what do you think in the end? If you were given a second chance, would you try to open the other box? But unfortunately, the chance to choose between the red box or the blue box has come and gone, never to be seen again. The chance to change your selection will never come. He's challenging me. Don't your parents often say, every choice you make in life only happens once, so choose carefully? Hehehe. See? Choices aren't that great after all. Aren't you a little disillusioned now? Ha 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 ha. Okay. I don't know why the laughing has to be here, but... You know what? I'll do it now. This is referring to the fact that normally you can't change your choice, but in Higurashi, since it's a game, we can. But yeah, it's talking about the very real fact that once you make a choice, there's no way of knowing what the outcome of the other choice might have been. But not only is this a video game, but if you can go back in time, you can actually figure out what the other choice might have resulted in. Which, maybe if we load into this, will give us a little taste of what that would be like. So let's try that again. What's in the box? Oh, whoops, not auto. Oh, here we go. Have you thought about it? In the end, you chose this color, didn't you? As soon as you chose, the other box disappeared. So you can give up on the contents of that one, okay? That's the rule. Open up the box you chose. Huh! It really is a different one! Inside the box, there was a stick of chewing gum. Right now you're thinking, that's it? That's right, the contents of the red box and the blue box were a piece of caramel and a stick of chewing gum. Is this because I reloaded? Is this because I reloaded? Would they have told me this? Probably not. Got your ass, yeah. Oh no, they know. Yes, they know. They broke the fourth wall. Oh gosh. I love this. I didn't think they would do something like this. But yeah, here we go. This is lovely. Can I save now after the fact? Nope, not yet. Very cool. Higurashi is always watching. Oh yeah, I love this. This is so cool. You might have thought you made the wrong choice before, but now seeing them together like this, you can't really say that either choice was the wrong one. Well, I guess everybody has their personal preferences. If you prefer caramel to gum, for example, you're definitely thinking of choosing to open the box again based on that preference. The clear choices you wanted were basically this. The selfish desire to open up both boxes and compare the contents, then pick the one most suited to you. But you see, reality is the same as this game. If you pick one, the one you didn't choose disappears. But it didn't disappear. It's right here. So there's no way you could check the results. If at that time, if you had done this, or perhaps if you had done that, then it wouldn't be hard to imagine that you could be happier, or perhaps less happy than you are right now. In the end, you only have the pleasure of approving of or being disappointed by the choice that you did make. But that's fine. After all, didn't you enjoy the thrill of making the choice? If, like now, you knew the contents of both boxes, then the choice between the red box or the blue box would just be a waste of time. Because inside of this boring game about boxes, you could be looking at the quickly changing evening summer sky, listening for the distant sound of thunder and pondering if it's going to rain or not. That would be much more fun. Because you can't make a choice in those. It's just something that happens without you having any control over it. Let me just skip through this one so we have that red, basically.
もしもし
Referring to Rika, yeah. I guess she might have tried making different choices, but maybe has reached a point where she's just waiting for something to change, because she knows that no matter what choice she makes, there's not going to be any difference. Okay, so now that we know that there is some stuff going on when we go into tips, let's say once more before that. The glint in the demon's eye.
はい。それで、お通夜が明日の午後6時からになりまして、告別式があさってのお昼、12時から13時までになりまして。
Uh-huh, yes. So the wake will be from 6 p.m. tomorrow, and the service will be the day after from noon until 1. Wait, what? Who died?
会場は沖宮セレモニーホールになります。
The venue will be Okinomiya Ceremony Hall.
か。
I see.
池澤助役のお孫さんの葬式じゃ。何にも挨拶なしってわけにもいかんね。
It's Deputy Mayor Ikezawa's grandson's funeral we're talking about. We have to pay our respects.
みよ、代わりに出てえな。
Myeon, I'll have you go in my stead.
うん、了解。
Okay.
喪服で行く？
Got it. Should I wear mourning clothes? I feel like you should.
香典はいくらくらい？
How much should I bring for the funeral offering?
学校の服でええんね。前のボタンちゃんと止めてくんねよ。
Isn't that a little strange? To go to a funeral in your school uniform? I have never been to a funeral, so I can't say what people usually wear. I just thought the general consensus was to wear something black. You can go in your school uniform. Make sure you button it up properly.
香典は5万。10万包んだりな。
For the money, 100,000 yen. How much is that? I think that's, it's, 100,000 yen in euros would be 611 euros. So that's quite a lot. A bit strange to me, but I'm not sure if it's different in Japan. Maybe. I'm not sure what they would usually wear. No idea.
世話になったかな。
They've done a lot for us. Mian quietly whistled in awe at the exorbitant amount of money her grandmother was offering.
池澤さんはな、沖宮の事務所長だった頃からしっかりした人だったんで、役人は挨拶って言っても絶対に玄関までしか来ん。
Even more back then, not regarding inflation, probably. Ikezawa's been a prudent person ever since his days as head of the Okinomiya municipal office. Even if those government types paid me a visit, they'd always stay outside.
でもな、池澤さんはわしがお茶を勧めるといっつも上がってくれて、ちゃんと話を聞いてくれた。人の話を最後まで聞く、本当に鏡みたいな人だったんね。
But whenever I offered Ikezawa-san a cup of tea, he'd come inside and carefully listen to what I had to say. He always lent a proper ear to to what people had to say. Others should learn from a person like him. The two guests made a show of nodding, making it clear they were paying attention as Oreo reminisced. The sight of them trying not to get on Oreo's bad side was humorous enough to elicit laughter from Mion occasionally. I mean, they're just kind of lapdogs at this point. They're just like, yeah, mm-hmm.
で、池澤助役のお孫さんはいくつで亡くなったんね。
Well, Mion can just do whatever she wants because, well, she's related to them. How young was Deputy Mayor Ikezawa's grandson when he died?
11歳だそうで。
That is pretty young. What did he die of? You don't just die at 11 years old for no reason. 11 years old apparently? Oreo closed her eyes and shook her head lightly, lamenting the loss of such a young life.
確か孫は一人だ言うてんな。かわいそうにな。
If I recall correctly, he said he only had one grandchild. How sad. I wonder if this is connected to the kidnapping, if the minister is kind of retaliating.
親より先に死ぬほどの親不孝あるめな。
There's nothing worse for a parent than outliving their offspring.
ばっちゃんも他人には優しいね。
You're really nice to other people, Granny. What does that mean? I mean, I know exactly what it means because it probably isn't super nice to her.
私やシオンが死んだら同じように悲しんでくれる？
If Shion or I died, would you be this sad?
アホ抜かすんでね。演技でもねすったなんと。シャラーあったく。
Don't be stupid. Saying something like that is bad luck. Having got the reaction she expected, Mion cackled. She's just toying with everybody. The two guests, unsure if they were supposed to laugh along, instead forced awkward smiles.
それでは本日は失礼いたします。では明日の夕方5時にお迎えに参りますんで。
We'll take our leave for today then. We'll be by tomorrow evening at 5 to pick you up.
よろしくお願いいたします。
Until then,
ではごめんくださいませ。
please excuse us. After bowing their heads repeatedly, the guests left by the front door. Mion saw them off, waving her little hand goodbye. Goodbye!
帰ったよ。
They're gone.
お役人もばっちゃんのご機嫌伺いに大変だね。
It must be rough for them to pay your courtesy visit, Granny.
不法なんか電話でいいと思うのにね。
It would have been fine if they just broke the news over the phone. Oh, Mion. She's so morbid. Oh my goodness. Well, it was true that Oryo Sonozaki was a central person for both her relatives and the residents of Hinamizawa village as a whole. As a voting bloc, they numbered in the several thousands. It wasn't hard to imagine the mayor would try to pander to her. Unlike Mion, however, Oryo was looking up longingly at the sky from the veranda. Veranda?
ど
Veranda?
うしたの？猛録した？
What's the matter? Are you going senile? Oh my god. I love her.
誰のお孫さんであろうと。気の毒だのう思ったんよ。
I just thought that no matter whose grandchild it was, I'd feel sorry for them. Saying that, she let out a deep sigh. Mian was let down, as normally her grandmother would have scolded her for her attitude.
みよ。これ、例の大臣の孫。
Mian, you know, that minister's grandson?
さらわれてからどのくらいになる？
How long has it been since he was abducted?
うん。4日かな。
4 days maybe? Oreo let out another deep sigh.
旧敵の孫とはいえ、気の毒だな。
So she's definitely not directly involved in it. Mion and her father might be more directly involved, I guess. He may be the grandchild of our bitter enemy, but I still feel sorry for him.
そ
Really?
十分気はせいたんろ。そろそろ終わりにしちゃれな。
That's enough of a warning. We should bring this to an end soon. Never mind. Okay. Maybe Oreo has less of a say than we think she does. The playful expression drained from Mion's face, leaving behind a stern one. And then, as if to ascertain Oreo's will, looked into her eyes. Oreo, expressing her intention with only those eyes, looked back into Mion's.
お茶が欲しんで頼んでな。さっきのチョコレートも食べといね。
Okay, what kind of weird power dynamic is this? I want some tea. Could you call for some? Some of that chocolate, too. Mion gave a small nod, then turned around.
シミコさん、いますか？抹茶に紅茶入れてあげてください。
Kimiko-san, are you there? Grandma wants some tea. Could you prepare some? From far away, a voice responded in the affirmative. Mian, after confirming she'd been heard, picked up the phone and began dialing.
あ、もしもし、ミオンだけど。
Hello? This is Mian.
うん。
Yeah.
うちのお父さん、います？
Is my father there? Oh, okay. So I guess she's gonna ask for the release of the grandson? I mean, since we never heard about any kind of grandson being abducted, or maybe they just didn't make the connection to Hinamizawa, but I would assume that they let him go? It seems that so far they have done what Oreo wanted them to do, and even though Mian seemed kind of hesitant, it doesn't seem like she won't give the order to release him, but I guess we'll see. For some reason, I don't think the kid's coming out of here unharmed, and I'm not sure what would be the cause of this just yet. I really hope that he gets out of that okay-ish, though. Okay, but we got through the chapter, which is good. Got through all the tips. Extra good. So, before another ad break starts, let's look for someone to raid as I end stream for today. Let me see. Who can we raid today? Let's raid Sagi. Sagi is currently playing Elden Ring for the first time, which is always pretty funny. So I think she's only been streaming for like an hour, so she's probably gonna keep going for a bit longer. So I think that would be a good place to raid to. Even if he was technically unharmed, multiple days of kidnapping is serious mental trauma. That is correct. Technically, even if he does get out of this physically unharmed, he's definitely gonna be scarred for life. So, that's not fun, obviously. So, in the end, this is a horrible thing to do. And even the family is, like, mentally unwell because of this. So, let's say hello to Sagi. Thank you for the Higurashi stream. Thank you for being here. I really enjoyed it today, as per usual. We'll keep going tomorrow, too, with Higurashi, so we'll be playing chapter 4 tomorrow. Thanks for stream. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Also, thank you for the raid messages and the head pat and the Discord. Thank you. I hope everyone has a lovely rest of their day, and we will see each other tomorrow for some more. Until then, take care, and bye-bye!